So, starting a little bit later than last time, which is fine. There may be some slight technical issues today. I'm just gonna warn y'all out the gate on that one. Because I noticed an oddity with how the PS4 controller was charging. Specifically in that it did not charge overnight last night like it was supposed to. I think the wire lost connection, and of course I had no way of telling that in a good way. One sec. But, God, why? Why does everything have to be like this? I went to pick up the controller and the wire flew out of it immediately. Do you have enough charge to actually connect? You do for now. We'll use it wireless until the battery dies, and then I'll jam the wire back in and hope it stays. That's pretty much going to be the plan right now. Because I did charge it for a little while before starting, but I cannot guarantee that it's going to hold. Now, we stopped here last time. On our way through the Silenced Cathedral, looking for the leader of the weird spider vampires. As to what the hell I'm supposed to be doing here, I'm not entirely sure. Okay, can't separate them that way. Like, you would think that you'd be separating this tower by just pushing the block around, but it would appear that that doesn't work. So I can only guess that I'm meant to, like, slide the whole tower to where it needs to go, push whichever block in question I need to, and then go from there. No, because I can't do that. Because even the light push doesn't separate them. Guess maybe I need to bring it over to the ledge and knock it off the top, then? Because somehow they'll lose cohesion while I'm not holding the bottom? Even though that's kind of jank. It would check out. Yep, that's how that works, okay. So let's just disconnect this whole stack, then. Save myself some aggravation in the future. So I'm guessing I have to connect all of these pipe-looking things. So we more than likely need to take... Oh no, that's a T-shape. Hang on. Do you have a hole on this side as well? Are you actually T-shaped? Yes. Okay. So that needs to go into here, then. I just need to flip it over. First, I need to deal with annoying interlopers, so I can do what I'm trying to do. Yep, that's about as expected. It went already. And it chose a really inconvenient time to do so. One sec. The wire fell off the desk. Oh, of course it did. I'm gonna have a mild freak out every time this happens, so just bear with me while I reposition things so that that will work better. So I had pulled a lot of the wire up here to make sure it behaved itself, and then things went sideways, as they tend to do. As you know, life wants to be a pain at all times. Thankfully, it recognizes it as the same controller, so I didn't have to fight with that at least. Which, hindsight being 2020, I should have really expected there to be problems getting a controller to charge when the whole problem was that the controller wouldn't stay goddamn plugged in. But I thought I stabilized it enough. In the end, I suppose that's still on me, though. Doesn't mean I have to be happy about it, though. Hit it one more time and we'll be good to go for this one. But yeah, we're off to a phenomenal start as far as the technical issues I warned you guys might potentially come up. Once again, filling in the space of getting the once a day, I hate being right. Now I just need a straight one here. Ideally, nope, none of these face the direction I want them to, because of course they don't. This is where that elbow piece goes, and it is already facing the correct direction. Convenient. I need to keep this block on hand for a little bit longer, though. Otherwise, I'm going to fuck everything up and make myself a very unhappy person. Speaking of unhappy person... No, that's not what I wanted. Put you in the box for a second. It's lesson time. A lesson in how cold steel feels. Jammed through your chest. Bastard. May as well just hang on to this, because it's better than this magical goddamn weapon, apparently. Because it doesn't disappear the second I get mildly inconvenienced. There's gonna be an amount of salt about the way the Soul Reaver works throughout this, I suspect. This is really kind of silly. It's like, oh, you've got this powerful magical weapon. How do you lose it? Oh, you got touched. Like, the bad people touched you on the arm, and now you can't do your thing. Well... Like, don't get me wrong, I get it. Magic shit is always inconvenient and inconsistent at the best of times. But it'd be grand if it worked just a little bit better. I also accept the fact that it is in fact a powerful weapon, so they didn't want you having it at all times, especially if they give it to you this early. But the other side of that coin is they could have just given it to me, you know, later. And then made it more stable. But what do I know? Okay, so this one's lined up now. It's just a plain horizontal pipe. And I assume I need the same thing on the other side? Yes. Okay. So this one needs to go through basically the same motions we just went through. That much is easy, at least. Because, like I said before, I don't mind these block puzzles, as long as they make some semblance of sense. Needing to route the piping to make the whole section here work, that makes sense. I can get behind that. Even facing the runes the right way so that they do their thing. That also makes sense. Getting constantly harassed by enemies, less helpful. But I get it. They have to make it dangerous somehow. I just don't have to be happy about that angle of it. And this is going to continue running with some jank, because I just cannot for the life of me figure out how to make it stop having any jank at all. No matter how I've tried. Speaking of jank... Could you not? You know, I wonder what would happen if I just leave you there. Would your friends keep spawning if your corpses are just laying here the entire time? I need the health. Because the last thing I need is for them to somehow learn how to goddamn pull the pipe out of their friends' bodies, and then that turns into a whole different inconvenience. As they all start coming back from the dead. Again. Oh, good. That only did one. So I'm gonna go on a limb and assume I have to do that 4 times. Maybe not specifically this, but 4 puzzles like that. And it would also appear that I have to use our ability to go through walls to get out of here. Oh, fuck you, goodbye. I'll just take this free-floating soul. Thank you. And of course we immediately need to shift back in order to use doors. I hear bad things. Not sure where bad things are. I wanted to open the door first, but sure, Raziel, smash the pot on the door. Not sure what his deal is and why he's here, but he's dead now. Oh, I think we all know what I gotta do here. Step on back into the void. Now, I will say, as far as I know, this game's not actually that long. If you can get through it. Just the getting through it is the tricky part. Hit the wrong button, which doesn't help my cause. There we go. Nom 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 nom. The vampire. On the other side here. I think we're currently chasing each other around the damn blocks. There he is. That's a bigger one. Raziel, please. Raziel, please. Pick up the damn pipe, you fool. Why would you choose to face that way and try to throw it? When I purposely pointed you towards the monster. Oh, Raziel. Why are you like this? Okay, so it looks to be the same as the last puzzle, but more. So that's fun. Let's see. This one slots in immediately, so we won't fuck around with it. We'll just put it in. We only need to keep 2 on standby to flip things around with, so we don't need to sit around on our thumbs. Let's see. This one just goes straight across. A couple curved pipes. Go just straight through. I see. That's why we don't need to worry about only having so many only so many straight pipes around there. Okay, that's fine. We can just push this one straight into place. And we need the rest almost. This one is another straight one that needs to be adjusted. So back that up a step. Flip you, and then I can determine where you need to go afterwards. there. And then we'll flip it this way. It needs to go straight across there. But we're gonna need to hang on to it for a minute. I wonder what determines how much damage these guys take, considering I ran up on him and just dunked him in one go. Whereas some of them have taken a real beating before they stun. I guess maybe the running attack does more. I don't know, I don't know the numbers. Things. I'm just here. Doing things, smacking people with pipes. It's like, this one you can tell is bigger and nastier, because he's got, like, little winglets, and he's a much bigger target. Which probably is why he takes a lot more to stun. But I've seen two that are the same size take a different amount of hits, too. That's where it gets a little weird. Oopsie. That's a thought I hadn't considered, is that I can do more flipping in one go. I don't have to push it off and then flip it. But, at the same time, we're already here. Okay, so that one's lined up for its purpose there. We can flip this one this way. We're gonna have to flip it one more time, but we'll have to push it off and move it around. I do like that you don't have to actually grab onto the blocks every time. You can just shove them if you are in a good position to do so. Shove. Okay. Just so I don't get confused, move this one aside in case, but keep it free in case I need it. I don't think I will, but I'm just making certain. So there's no annoying surprises. Shove. Pummel another spider boy. Thankfully, it's become such a pattern that as long as I hear contact, I don't even need to look at what I'm doing with that. It's just tap, tap, stab. So, let's see. You're already going to the left. So I need this one to be going to the right. Hold that thought, buddy. No biting while I'm blocking. More ways than one, really. And, whoop. Okay, now I just need to rotate it the other way, and then we'll be good to go, I think. First, I hear... Where are you? Now you're making spooky noises. I can't just flip these in place, can I? Oh. Good job, me. I'm glad I thought about that after having done the entire puzzle doing it that way. Is the game teaches you it by having you push it up against another block, so I figured maybe he needed that to be there for game mechanic reasons. I knew it made no sense in any real sense, But what the fuck do I know, you know? Apparently I know my controller's disconnecting again. Would you not? I should have double-checked the charge more than, like, 10 minutes before I started today. But I was in, like, 6 places at once mentally, so that's on me. Which is why I'm just grinning and bearing with it. It's either that or I rejig the wiring to hook up the other controller again. Which would, as you might imagine, be less than ideal. Not to mention I'd have to redo the control layout and everything. The whole thing. Which, if it comes down to it, I will do that. But for now, I'm trying to make the best of the situation. What is this message? Ah. Hopefully the tippy-tap of the typing is not too loud on the mic. It shouldn't be too bad. Unless I start really hammering away at it. Okay, so it's time for us to get out of here. Now, in the interest of avoiding us getting completely lost, I do have a walkthrough on standby. After the incident we had where I got real frustrated with that one situation, and I ended up on the wrong end of goddamn creation. But that will stand as a backup to my own sense, not as soon as I have opportunity I look. Just so we're clear. Because I would rather figure this out of my own volition. Which I think I can. Just a matter of sometimes it's going to be a little odd. I assume this is what I'm working towards, is breaking this, since it's got the 4 bells on it. Oh, that's a fun sound to just be permanently hearing. Just bow. Where's the thing I've been interacting with, anyway? Not sure what room that even was. I think this is how we got in here? No, there's a bell down here. Yes, yes, spider, spider, spider. I'm assuming those only ring for a set amount of time, so you have to hit them in an order where you can get to all 4 bells that you'll need before they end up stopping chiming. And I apologize for the amount of times you'll hear the windows noise. There's just not much I can do about that. Just be glad it has not failed me in an important situation yet. Because that's about where I'm at on this right now. Is at least it hasn't failed me mid-combat yet. We've been down there? I do not remember. Wait. Yes, we flew up here. This is how we got up here. But I think we ran out of places to go over here. Unless, like a silly bastard, I skipped a room somewhere. Ow. Why must you greatly inconvenience me by throwing things at me? Why are you like this? More to the point, why was throwing that at me so damn effective? I mean, I guess I am kind of frail and fragile right now. Look here, you. Your friend just learned the hard way that that was a bad idea. Maybe you should have followed his example and not done that. Rather than following his example and doing exactly that. Let that be a lesson to everybody. Just because somebody else did it doesn't mean you should do it. This does, however, prove that those 2 rooms are done already. So I need to be somewhere else. And I'm assuming parkouring up the pipes isn't a thing. Aha! We have seen that door somewhere. I remember it. I just don't remember where it was. I think it was down that stair hallway over here that I was looking at before. Yeah, because here's one of them. I think the one I moved was the one that was nearby? Or did it go back? I am confused. I think I've been playing too many things that have a map. I'm just getting spoiled as far as being able to tell where the hell I'm going and goes. So I've lost my ability to navigate. Well, that's odd. I thought I could land there. Oh. It's because the camera angle was fucky. Got it. As I was passing it, it looked fine, and then when I got there, it's like, oh no, actually it's not, in fact, flat at all. It's tilted wildly. I'm going back this way because I assume this is not the room I was trying to get to, but this is certainly a room. And I can get my energy back from these clowns. But I have a vague memory from last time that there was a set of doors down here. Specifically a pair of inset wall doors like the ones we saw by that bell we were just looking at. Now, the problem in my mind is, I don't know if my memory's correct in thinking that it's down here, or if there was a door I missed upstairs. There's gonna be a little bit of aimless running around in here while I try to find where I'm supposed to be. Is that picture it showed of where what was moving is all well and good, but I didn't have any real context for where that was. But I think it was around where these things were. I distinctly remember fucking around with those when I found those inset wall hallway door things. Because this is the room that was pissing me off, and we got here after seeing them. At least that's the timeline my brain is remembering. I cannot remember for sure if that is correct or not, but I'm just assuming that my memory is steering me somewhat accurately? Question mark? Like, I don't really know if I want to trust my memory on that one, but I also feel like I might not have a choice. But I feel like before I do a major bit of boneheadery and have to redo something, it may be in my best interest to go back up first. Which actually is not that bad, because I don't think we even need to come back up here to get back up. We just need to use the air current. Whee! It's a little unfortunate that we have to have this mini cutscene every time, but it's because they need to load a separate area. So I get it. Yeah, because this is where we were. Another case of trust but verify as far as the layout goes. So where in the hell is... Or do I just have to be fast and that is the right one? Because that's another fear I have on that one, is maybe that is the right one and just moves back into place just that quick. I guess we could try pulling the lever again and see if it does anything anymore. If it does it again, we know that we need to do it timed. If it doesn't do anything, we know that it's somewhere. Because that might also be what that gap in the middle there is for taking a shortcut. Yeah, I can still rotate. Yep, I think that is that hallway I was looking at. Because I did hear something afterwards. The thing is, I heard it so quickly. I don't know if that's possible. Yeah, but see, it's back again already, and that the hallway it showed, though, was lighter than this one. And for those wondering, no, I have no intention of actually using the guide for a situation like this, where I'm just kind of confused in the room I'm in, unless it really starts to drive me batty. Which right now it's fine. I'm mildly disconcerted and annoyed, but I at least have solved part of the question for myself by figuring out that it is, at the very least, most likely timed. The workaround for the timer is going to be the problem we have to figure out. And you'll notice we're not being attacked here, for some reason. Now, something that's possible is I may need to interact with the lever multiple times, like crank it more so it stays pulled back longer. Razio, please. It pulls all the way back. Yeah, he won't interact with it again, and it just goes back, like, immediately. Yeah, we can't even make it around the corner before that goes back, so I feel like that's currently a non-viable thing. There's nothing we can really do with that right now. I'm pretty confident I can't do something crazy like throw the staff at it and have it rotate it for me. If for nothing else, but the clipping around here is kind of terrible. It's a PS1 game. And we don't have any, like, crazy slowdown time power or anything, so it's not like that's a thing I can do. We still don't know where the other two things are. Either to open the four or socket-looking things, or where those socket-looking things are to begin with. Like, they appeared to be either on the floor or the ceiling of a room. I just don't know what room that was, because I don't remember seeing it. And we certainly haven't been in it today. It might be that I have to go up there? I'm not sure how viable getting to those is. No, that doesn't seem particularly viable. Unless I can climb on top of the bell. No, the bell is a non-solid. Is there even anything up there? Oh, there is something up there. I definitely saw something. Whether it's an important something or not, I have no clue. And of course, that one's in just the right spot where you can't really look up there worth a damn. A map would be lovely. But that's also not surprising that we don't have that. Now, it's safe to say that there probably isn't any, like, secret doors or anything to worry about. So that's not the answer to this problem. And I can't just, like, push this out of the way. Otherwise, I would literally just shove it to the other end. Maybe the idea that there's 4 of them might be a red herring. Maybe I just need to hit it a bunch. I doubt it, but... becomes a case of fuck it, why not try it? We are once again draining through all of the sensible choices, so we may as well try stupid ideas. Yeah, to no one's surprise, that did not work. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that this gap over here is for when you hit the bell, you jump out, fly over, hit the other bell. But since there's 4 bells on the window here, and I'm assuming that's the idea, is we use the bells to break... then again, there's 8. So what the fuck do I know? Perspective's a motherfucker sometimes. That's what I know. So let's see if maybe we just need to hit the 2 of them. That's of course a mechanic, considering you can still hear the other bell ringing the entire time. Yep, that's all I had to do was hit both of them. And now the resonance will break the glass. Classic move. Overthinking it, thinking there was more bells than there were. So, it kind of is a problem because of the fact that they put bells on the window in a number higher than the ones actually that exist. But of course, the safe assumption would have been just to hit the bells you could reach and see what happened. So it's not really that big an issue. Now, the more important question is, the fuck was the point? Is this another area, or is this the same place? Because this looks like the same goddamn place to me. Which then begs the question, as stated, the fuck's the point? It's like, you gain access down here really quick that way, but I feel like that's still not fast enough to get there before the thing turns back. So that doesn't make sense. We're gonna end up going back to the spooky land, so we're gonna have to make do with that in a moment here. It's like, that's either not a thing, or it's super tight timing, and I don't like the idea of it being that tight a timing. The other thought was maybe these would move around a bit, like we've had happen before. Doesn't look like that's the case either. And I'm like 80% sure I can't jump to that. I can try. Nope. Didn't think that was gonna work. Figured I'd try anyway. Got any tasty souls floating around? Souls, souls. There's a soul. Nom 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 nom. Okay. Now, having recharged our strength, we can figure things out. Hopefully. I could try lowering some stuff because I'm noticing it is running a little funky, but it's not running bad enough to affect my gameplay. So unless it really bothers somebody out there, I'm probably just gonna leave it. Yeah, see, even at this range, it ends up shutting before we get there. But the problem in my mind at this point is I'm kind of running out of ideas for what else to try to do. You know? There's only so many places I can go currently. So, it's a little weird at the minute. Is presumably ringing the bells again won't do anything, because we already rang the bells and broke that window over here. Now, something to consider is it may have broken other windows as well. So since it didn't break the big glass, I don't know why it would break any others. And of course, they've got all the camera angles jigged in such a way that you can't see shit. Of course they do. Basically, I just have to kind of wing it and hope. Which will never stop being frustrating. No matter how understandable it is, it remains frustrating. Because the thing is, it's almost like these are designed to be climbed up on, but we couldn't reach them from where we were. So I don't think that's a thing. But again, there's a lot of running out of ideas happening. Because it wasn't reachable from the only platform we've gained access to. Ooh, that is any height. So I don't think that's the key to this situation. But the problem then becomes, well, what is the key? And clipping into Raziel's spinal column is not part of the key to this situation. At least I'm pretty sure it is. I don't think that would help anything. Now, there still is a possibility that I may need to go back down and do something. That is a valid option, considering we are running out of paths to take up here. So I guess let's fully recheck down below. Make sure I'm not missing anything down there. Since as we established, we can easily come back up. Yeah, because we know that down there is pointless to us because that's just showing the air vent that we're getting carried on the updraft from. So we know that doesn't do anything. This is how we got in here, so we know we don't need to go back through that. We already checked the upstairs section of this area, but we may as well check it again because I'm not seeing anything here. Because we moved all of those, and that's what activated the air shaft. I think I went in here already. Yeah, that's this room. We've already done what we can do with that room. I am at a loss for what to do. There must be something stupid I'm overlooking. Because that was the only other door we hadn't gone back in. So it's gotta be something I'm missing up here. Just run back through this one more time in my head. We rang the bells and broke the glass. We've already done the two puzzles in this room in front of me. So unless something changed with those by virtue of ringing the bells, which makes no sense, there must be something we can do based on having broken that window. But what? Going into the spirit realm doesn't move the things around in there. Right, that confirms what I was thinking. Okay. I think I get it based on what I just saw. It's kind of stupid, because I basically put myself in that position already. But I was reminded of a thing. Go ahead and pull this. Because you'll remember that we were told that time has no meaning in the spectral realm. So that's not going to move. That's the piece I was missing. Which, I don't mind them having an application for something without explaining it, but I do feel like it could have been, like, hinted a little bit in case somebody forgot. But I guess it kind of is hinted at by the amount of places to turn back to solid around here. It also begs the question of how you're going to get back out of here, but that's not a problem we really need to worry about. Ah. That also just leaves that open now. Okay, we broke it. That's, you know, that's about normal. Ah! Fucking holes. Oh, no you don't. I need my soul, damn you. That's what happens when a vampire wraith makes it back into its host body, by the way. Is it can start draining your soul. And it's a problem. Which, I'd love to figure out how to do that myself, considering the amount of trouble we have getting rid of them. Be a very useful skill for us. You just slurp the soul right on out of them. Okay, I'm just gonna file our issue with the time stop thing under this is what happens when you don't play a game for a week. Which is why I keep such things on standby, just in case I forget something stupid. No. Bad mortal. Which I think there is a way to turn them to be on my side, but I don't know how to do that offhand. And I think we might be too late already anyway. So I think it's based on your interaction with other humans you've encountered, and we've definitely just been slaughtering them wholesale on sight. So, probably unlikely to work out in my favor. Ah, here's where the things I was breaking are. Uh-huh. I assume that will all become clear with time. And right now, it is about as clear as mud. We need to start up another air vent. Gotcha. The meaning behind all of that will presumably become clear eventually. If you're wondering if I know where I'm going, no, I do not. Because it's kind of hard to tell anything bearing-wise when you're just surrounded by pipes. I'm just kind of following sets of pipes and hoping they lead me somewhere good. And if they don't, well, you know, we'll figure it out. I've now gone in circles. I wanted to make sure there wasn't anything else in here. Nope. Just a place where a flamethrower man was hanging out, I guess. Looks like there might be something up there, or is that just my head clipping through? There's a torch up there. There might be some meaning to that. Aha! More delicious mortals. Nom 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 nom. Correction. One more delicious mortal. Can't help but feel that that might have been pointless. I can't, like, jump into the piping or anything and use that to get around. So I think we might actually need to go back. I think there's something we left behind back where we were. I know I keep saying that because it's constantly bothering me that I think I did forget something. But this time I know for a fact we forgot something because we passed a room without going in it. There we go. So this isn't a door. This guy's an idiot. Over here... You know, for all that they're theoretically human, they stand up to a hit from me pretty good. Then again, they might, like, have partial vampire blood or something. Ah, so I was right that I saw something. I saw doors. This is the same hallway the bell was in. Well, that lends more credence to the idea that the running attack does more damage. We just ran that guy over. Maybe the staff guys also have less health. Hard to say. It would make sense. Oh, good. Get rid of the big guy. Give me this. And there we go. Don't worry, there's plenty of stabs for everybody. And plenty of stabs. Controller, please. As the game just completely shits itself while the controller is reconnecting. Ooh. That's what this was all for, huh? An extra... thingy. How do I break open the extra thingy? I would appear to be unable to break open the extra thingy currently. Oh, we'll come back to that in a minute then. Unless the barrier doesn't exist in the spirit world. So we already have to go into the spirit world to go through that gate anyway. Whoosh. Was that because I wasn't lined up with it, or is it too solid for that? Because it is a solid object instead of a gate. And he won't line up straight with it anyway, so fuck it. Hello, scavengers. You're about to be food. Food I don't even really need, but I'm gonna eat you anyway. Hey, just so you don't annoy me. And don't think I didn't see the other one get away. There we go. Ah, we're doing this bit again, huh? Where is my become solid point? Well? I can't help but notice that there's no means to become solid again in here. So how, pray tell, do I do anything in here, then? Those look an awful lot like the blocks that are on the ground. So that's weird. I guess maybe we're not ready to come in here yet. Like, maybe we do something somewhere else, those blocks fall down, and then the warp is on top of those blocks. Because you'll also notice that there's more than 4 holes. So we definitely need more blocks. Said more blocks are up top, so the logic checks. And thankfully we can get one of our 2 stabby stabs back. So we're good. Everything's fine. Things are less fine for that guy, but he's not my problem. I guess we come back to this room in a little bit. Which, if I don't get all the extensions, I'm not gonna cry about it, if I'm honest. It may cause me some issues, but it is what it is. Okay, so there's no door there, though that might be breakable glass. And that's definitely the hallway where we were at before. That's what I was afraid of. Throwing that at him does not work. So I think he threw a knife, I threw the staff, and they collided. Ending up accomplishing nothing. Which means there must be something this way that I can do, then. I just may not be seeing it. Shocking, I know. My blind ass not seeing something. What a world, what a world. Like, some game types I can be real smart, and some game types I can be real dumb. Also changes day by day. Today's a dumb day. I feel like I'm dumb today. Which is the other reason why I came prepared with backup. So I don't make a complete dumbass of myself today. I guess let's try going through this, because I was trying to avoid giving up my weaponry, but it's looking like that might be our only option. As the frame rate absolutely descends into hell for some reason. I did not like that gate. Something about the transparency on it was making the emulator really mad. Coffins, I presume? Not that these are something I can interact with in the spirit world anyway. But there is also nothing to become solid again here, so we must go elsewhere first. As to where elsewhere, well, we'll figure it out. Right here. In fact, I think we saw it on our way in, didn't we? But I was too concerned about the fact that frame rate had dropped down to 10. And this is, again, the problem with it being the same button to pick something up as it is to attack, is I should have just stabbed him with the Soul Reaver and been done with him. Raziel decided he wanted a torch because he wanted to burn a motherfucker. Which I respect. But I also wish he had, you know, done what I told him to instead of doing what he wanted. Now, it would appear that I do not interact with these on my own volition here. I think these are something that ends up getting interacted with by something somewhere else. You wanna burn for your sins, buddy, huh? You wanna burn? Good news, whether you want to or not, burn. Whether it's for your sins or not, you're gonna burn for the sin of being a pain in my ass. Oh good, I can relight my torch. Just in time to burn another man. Now, I think even if you burn them, they come back if they get their soul back. So that's concerning. Now, we appear to have accomplished nothing by being here, though. That's one problematic bit. We found 6 sarcophagi, and none of which do anything. Currently. I presume that we opened them in some way from somewhere else. At least that's assumption 1 currently. So we'll head back over to the other side and make sure I'm not missing something there instead, then. Because there's presumably 2 more places to break open those 2 more weights. That then becomes a question of, well, where are they? I'm not going to bother becoming solid just yet, in case there is something in the spirit realm on either of these places. Since that's something we haven't checked yet. Yep, nothing different here in the spirit realm, aside from scavengers are hanging around, which, you know, good for them. They can stay there, I don't care. Alright, this end is where we got back. So I must be missing something. We are once again at the impasse of Drac is blind. What I am blind and missing, I do not know. Okay, either something didn't render or I'm just super blind. But apparently we can do that puzzle room I was looking at. I was like, I can't do this. There is supposed to be a portal in that room. And that was down the hole. I just wanted to be solid again before I go down there. Because I couldn't remember whether there was a door between us and that spot or not. And I did not care for the idea of having to swap back and forth a bunch. bright side, as you can see, the Soul Reaver tears one of these guys apart in one go. We just never get to hang on to it. Where'd the other soul go? Come on. No, it's out there. Come here. There you are. That way we have the Soul Reaver back for all, like, 2 seconds we're gonna hang on to it for. Now, more powerful than any vampire or any goddamn cultist or anything, this goddamn camera is a very powerful foe. Certainly not the worst camera I've ever dealt with. There are other worse cameras. But yikes. The amount of times I try to round a corner straight into a goddamn something. Okay. Now the guide is claiming that there's a portal in here we can use. So I'll search it again. It said something about there being an alcove in here somewhere. I'm gonna just, like, check each of these little cubbies just in case I just can't see it because it's not rendering properly or something. Yeah, I'm really feeling like I was being lied to. It's not like I can move these while I'm spectral, so... yeah, fuck. There it is. Just literally, again, camera angles suck. There we go. Of course, we all remember how this bit went last time. Aha! Oh good, you're stuck, though. How about you stay stuck? Preferably for eternity. Now that we know that these will move just fine without me having to manipulate them around something. Okay, we got legs. Days. That could go to that. I don't think that's right. No, that's right. Okay. Just the angle made it look wrong. Let's see. They're all facing the wrong way. They are facing the right way, however. So this can go this way. But pop it into here where these boys are hanging out and having a great time. Pull this away from the wall so we can figure out what this picture is. That appears to be the bottom corner of this, like, demon thing here. This is so much faster. Like, ridiculously faster. Yeah, a lot of people have memories with this one, Chris. But how you doing? It's been a while. Okay. Got legs again. Facing this way, so that is this bunch of people. I'm doing alright. Been very tired, as always, but other than that, nothing to complain about, really. Just keep sliding this along, and then the other blocks should come down, I would assume. Yep, there we go. What do we got? That looks right for this spot. As you can see, the guy on the right there has the cloak. So more than likely the whole lot has cloaks. And it showed the foot of the dead guy. That all lines up. This one does not go across from me. This goes somewhere else. This is the one I need for this spot. That way. Tumble that way. Don't you touch me through that wall. Don't you do it. I see you thinking about it. Oh, because we're slightly above... God damn it, game. There we go. God, this camera. It's easy to forget just how asinine the camera in some of these games can be. It's like, oh hey, you're gonna get stuck, so I'm gonna move the camera. It's like, but I could see where I wanted to be from there. Nope, you're gonna get stuck. It's gonna be terrible. But, doing it. Oh, okay. There we go. And now we just need to rotate this one around, and we're good to go. Let's see, you are in need of just flipping completely on the horizontal. So what we'll do is we'll flip you this way, then this way, twice. And puzzle solved. Just need to get it in position now. As soon as I can see it. Ta-da! Not the progress I was hoping for, but we're gonna need all of these we can get anyway, probably. If they were just gonna break, I don't know why they bothered opening. Pardon me, sir. Goodbye. Taking this. What? Well, that was interesting. I guess I need to be solid before I can pick that up, huh? Right. I heard you like extra steps. We've added steps to your steps to make sure you gotta take all the steps. Of course, we still need another 3 of those stupid things anyway. Game? I would like to have pressed a button there, and I don't know why you didn't... Okay, that was weird. Just... He refused to take any action near that pole for some reason. I think the game couldn't tell which control I wanted to use there, so it's like, you know what, we're just gonna do nothing then. Of course you're just gonna be up my ass the entire time, and this is why I didn't want to attack until he was gone. Because of course it's using the same fucking button. Like, don't get me wrong, I like this game. I like this series. But man, they made some choices. Is rather than having the the attack button be the same as the pickup button, all they would have had to do was have throwing and finishing enemies off be the same button as your attack button. Instead, it would just be a simple hold to throw your weapon, instead of tapping to attack. And contextually, just as it does with the triangle button, you could have had that be the finisher. I don't know why they did it the other way around. It makes genuinely no sense to me. Because one way or the other, you're stuck in a situation where sometimes your context-sensitive button will screw you. Because you'll either have a context-sensitive finisher go off that you don't want, or you'll have a context-sensitive pickup go off that brings an enemy back to life. Honestly, I think having the finisher go off when you don't mean it to would be less of a problem than bringing enemies back to life. And you could try to claim, like, oh yeah, they intend you to have the Soul Reaver out all the time. Well, I wish you fucking luck with that when you stub your toe and the fucking Soul Reaver disappears. It's just a little wacky to me. And I'm once again in a position where I'm not sure where they mean me to be. So we know we don't need to be in there anymore. That room is definitely done. We need to find 2 more puzzle rooms in order to break open the last 2 weights, presumably. But we're running out of rooms. So actually, in theory, we've already run out of rooms. So far, we've yet to have a problem of me not actually finding every room I need to be at. It's been a matter of occasionally there's something small that I forget about a room. Thanks, game. Thanks for placing my weapon in such a place that I cannot get it. Cheers for that. And that's the other reason I don't use the Soul Reaver as much as I otherwise could, is because, yay, blinding flash of the screen. So, that's a whole thing. Something else I was thinking about, and it's escaping me. I really wish sometimes that the guide writers would proofread a little bit. Not for spelling mistakes and things, just for their phrasing making sense. I think I get what they're saying now, but it took a couple reads for it to actually make sense. So I feel like there's a case where their positioning is just a little bit too rapid. So they just, like, jump from one thought to the next before actually being able to tell whether the person reading is actually along with the idea yet. Which, you know, it's a free service that they're doing, so I can't complain too much, but it definitely makes my brain itch sometimes looking at it and going, I think I get what you're saying, but I don't know how to do the thing you're talking about at all. And you don't bother to explain how to do the thing that you're saying to do. So apparently I was right the first time where I thought I had to do something in here. Ah. Okay, it's just a super precise interaction. Got it. As you saw, I was in this room and I tried interacting with these, and they just didn't fucking go. But apparently I have to stand in this very specific spot. And yes, I heard that sass. I'm just choosing to ignore it. I'm gonna try these two. Because I have nothing to indicate to me what I'm supposed to be doing with these, either. I only read as far as, yes, you're supposed to open those. As to what I'm supposed to do with them, I'm gonna figure that out. I'm just basically using the guide as a check of, am I in the right goddamn place? Yes? Good. So that we're not here all day with me running around room to room, going to rooms that I have literally no reason to be in. And this is why I couldn't figure out that that was what I was supposed to do. Is because there's a lot of places where you'll stand and it just won't interact. Like, am I supposed to make these match? What is this? Also, does not help that the movement in this is not as smooth as you might think. There we go. I don't know what I did, but I did it. Now, the question is, do I just do that again with a different combination and that's what breaks the other one? Because there's no other doors. So that's the only thing I can think of. And it's not like I need to keep these open anyway, considering it's not like the glass is gonna reform. Let's try that tone, and I'll change the tone on the other side and see what happens. So I'm leaning towards the thought I had of I'm supposed to make these match so that they resonate in such a way that it breaks glass. Yep, there we go. So now we have access to all 4 weights. And we can close these so we stop hearing that. Okay. So now we go back to the other side and we figure out the fuck those 4 weights even mean. Cool. I think we gotta walk all the way over here to go back to the mortal plane. Somewhere around here. There we go. It didn't render in immediately again. Now, the problem is I genuinely have no idea what to do with these weights. They just exist. And it kept showing me cutscenes of breaking them out, so I assumed breaking them all out meant something. But all I seem to be able to do with them is rotate them. Okay. I have no idea why that worked or how that works, but we'll take it. I'm gonna guess they didn't render it, but there was probably like a pipe attached to each of those quote-unquote weights. And then that turned valves and such. It's the only thing that makes any sense. Hang on, I gotta make a speech first. Controller, please. Hooray! Animations got me hit again. Haha. So what the fuck am I supposed to do about you in here? I guess this thing is probably meant to be what I use to deal with you when I don't have the Soul Reaver. Through no fault of my own. Oh, great. It's doing that again. Where no matter what controller I use, it does not stay held for some reason. There we go. Just takes a couple tries for some reason. Yeah, see, he should have went on that if that was a spike, but I guess it just isn't a spike, because reasons. Like, I've got no problem with them having a mechanic where you have to finish your enemies off to actually get them to die. I got no issue with that. But it needs to be a little bit more viable. Ends up being the real issue here. And, you know, it helps when the engine runs well enough that you can actually do the move you need to do, and it doesn't just shit the bed arbitrarily for reasons I can't explain. Because for those keeping score at home, I did in fact tell Raziel to glide. That time, I accept it being my fault. I must have somehow angled it wrong or something, but at least he glided that time. Oh, for fuck's sake. The slight frame drop we're having around here is really causing me no end of control issues. Because the controls in this are actually usually pretty good. In this room and a couple others lately, it has become just a complete shitfest. And it's kind of pissing me off. Oh, look at that! No matter how much I tried to move, he was going to hit me no matter what I did. Hooray! Yay, video game! Makes you wonder how this got such a long series sometimes. Especially when that happens. Again, where he just doesn't glide. Why? He just doesn't. Okay, now I can see why. It's gone down to fucking 18 frames over here for some reason. Something about this room in particular is just pissing the engine off a lot. To the point where I'm having a devil of a time controlling Raziel at all. Which is not dropped low enough that it should be this big a problem. I've definitely played things that were running worse than this and had them be fine. But it would appear going up there was a red herring entirely. So, fuck it. We're going this way. Oh, good. I don't even need to be material anymore. Yeah, no, the frame rate's degrading further. Something's gone horribly wrong. And that's gonna be a real problem. The problem is, I don't know if it's the game or the emulator on that one. It could genuinely be either, or both. Is short of testing the entire game and then replaying it, I had no way of completely making sure that this wasn't going to happen. And unfortunately, I never got this far when I was playing this on a physical copy, so I don't know if this is normal or not. I would assume not, but I have no way of really knowing. But it does make for a much less entertaining experience from the player side, when half the time your interactions don't quite work out the way you would expect them to. Okay. Please. Do literally any of the things I'm asking for. Okay, the fuck was the point of this? Pipes over there. Ledge over here, too. It also doesn't help that these are some of the more annoying enemies so far, too. So it all kind of ties together to be a problem. Now, what's bugging me is... Isn't this just the way I came in here? So what was the point to this exercise? I broke a thing, moved a block, and got a pipe. Was that the whole reason to go in there? I don't know. I also saw no reason to dick around in there. We've got a bell. Hitting the bell pisses everything off. Great, great, I love it. You can be as annoyed as I am now. I might take a second to fiddle with something here in a second to make this a little more playable, but something's definitely wrong. And it's not in my system because we're not even using a third of what this system is capable of. Just bear with me a second while I try to figure out what's gone wrong with this thing. No, those are all default. Things may end up looking very strange once I'm done doing this. Just bear with it. Try lowering that. I do have it upscaled a little bit, and that might be what's making it this mad, but it shouldn't be quite that mad. Okay, let's turn that off. There's no reason to have that on. Okay. Yep, there we go. Fixed it. Apparently I was a dumbass and had something on in the settings that I didn't need to have on. So that's all my own fault. Not a surprise. It's still gonna have some jank here and there, it looks like, but it's not gonna be nearly as bad. I came back in here, though, because I think I figured out what I was supposed to do while I was doing that bit. Because you'll notice there's a valve there that's out of reach. The whole point to knocking that other thing down was probably to gain access to a block that'll let us stand in reach of the pipe valve. And you'll notice my fighting's gotten a lot better now that I've put the frame rate back closer to consistent 30, where it's supposed to be. As it turns out, when you have actual control, things get a lot better. For those keeping score back home, there was a setting that mentioned streaming applications on it, and I think, dumbass me, when I was doing all of the settings checking, tired as all anything last week, I was like, oh yeah, I probably need that so OBS hooks to it properly. Ignoring the fact that I could have just tested that and found out whether that worked or not, and saved myself all this heartache. But, you know, hindsight 2020 and all that, as usual. Oh, getting back out of here is going to turn into a whole pain in the ass, isn't it? So it looks like rooms like this still kill the frame rate, even with that. So it's not fixed. It's better, but it's not fully fixed. But I will take my controls actually controlling. Look here, you. I see you up there. Yeah, how do you like that? Bastard. Please give me my pipe back. Thank you. You know what it might be as well? I think there might actually be something back behind this. It does look like there's a path back there. Still getting the occasional really bad frame dips, and again, have no idea why. I'm gonna soldier on for now, but if it gets particularly bad, we may have to rethink things. This may devolve into I open up backup game and try yet again to fix the PC version of this or something. And then I'll get us back to where we are. I don't know. That's currently only a theoretical plan, though. I don't want to jump to that plan without it getting bad enough that I can't do this. So do let me know if it's getting bad on y'all's end as far as that goes. Because I know I can endure playing worse than people can endure watching sometimes. But man, it's jarring going between those two speeds so much. You expect him to move like Brick on skis, and then suddenly he starts flying around like he's supposed to. Okay. Don't know why I can't proceed here. My goal is literally right there, though. I would like to be able to get to it. There we go. I think I was just stuck on a bad bit of rendering. Why did my controller disconnect? Just... It's been plugged in for the past hour or so. It should be okay to disconnect it and use wireless. Just bear with me a second while I get the wiring and such situated. There we go. Or it's gonna hiccup again because, you know, God forbid these things connect immediately like they're supposed to. It's gonna be one of those days, isn't it, where everything's conspiring to piss me off. Raziel, grab the... Not... Okay, I got a real good question. In what world would it be a better idea to take the pipe out of the thing that's impaled on the ground than it would be to take the pipe that's a foot from your hand? Like, I'm trying to hold back from ranting and raving in anger, but genuinely that is idiotic. I don't think there's a world in which anybody can justify that one. And if you can, I'll be impressed, but I will disagree regardless. I guess we just have to sit here and wait, because there's nothing to get souls from around here. Yeah, by the time I proceed down the hallway enough to potentially find something, it'll have recharged on its own. Which I think that's a side effect of the Soul Reaver or something, because we weren't doing that before. Now I'm getting buried in goddamn emails. Ah. That was not the time for all that shit. Raziel, please. You would think you're meant to climb on that, but apparently that's also just not a thing it's gonna want to do right now. You know what? That works. We take those. Now, what I wanted to do, as soon as I can get my bearings enough to understand where the hell it actually is, which I think it is above me. Yeah, there it is. I'm assuming I knocked that pipe down so it realigns. I just need to figure out how I'm going about doing that. Which is going to involve needing a better camera than this game has, but we'll make the best of it I can. Okay. Boop. Yeah, now that gives me an air vent there, but it would appear that I'm going to need to do 3 of them, considering there's 3 holes there. So that's a thing. Oh, now you want to grab onto that, but you wouldn't grab onto the other thing. You'd just be so kind as to work with me here, buddy. We want the same thing, which is for this mess to be over with. I have no idea if staying up here is a benefit to me at all, but I figured I may as well since I was here. Now, the only problem is, by doing that, I have no fucking idea where I am. I think I'm up top of the... Ah, goddammit. So I figured out where I was just in time for the game to kick me off of it. Yeah, that's what happened, is I managed to cross the room on the pipe up there. And that got us back where we were before. Which, you know, it's a hell of a thing. I don't feel that tired. Aside from occasionally, I just suddenly have burning eyes and just like, bleh, out of nowhere today. And I slept fine, so there's no reason why I should be having this much trouble. And yet here we are. Yet again with the same fucking problems. It's a hell of a thing. It also occurs to me that I've just been wasting my time fighting those guys. I don't even know why I've been fighting them. I don't even think there's a reason for it. I think I genuinely don't need to. Well, unless they're actively in the way of me doing something. Which, so far, the only thing that's been in my way has been the way this game's running. I think I might actually have to use that pipe to get back. We did it once, but I can just never do it again for some reason. Just getting back up there is going to be a whole fucking trial in and of itself. There's just not a single square inch of this goddamn map that doesn't have these bastards on it for some reason. I'm also not sure I can even get back up in here anymore, actually. I think we might actually just not be able to get up there anymore. Because, well, you're not supposed to need to get up there anymore. So how do I get back on top of the pipe I was walking across? Because I'm assuming I'm not even... I don't know. I just would like 2 seconds to be able to think without having to pause the game so I can't look around. Razio, could you stop being a complete moron for 5 seconds? Otherwise known as ignore the fucking block. I know at the start of the game you wanted to be destroyed because you got turned into this thing, but could you stop trying to self-destruct for a second so I can do something here? That'd be grand. Okay. I can only assume that this block is then meant to get me up there even though it doesn't look like it's high enough. I think I just got a false positive before from the fact that it happened to work that I was able to glide over there a while ago. And I've ever since been like, yeah, I can just do that. That's fine. I'm getting all worked up again because technical issues want to be a pain in my ass. We've got a bell there, but have we seen another bell? Because presumably we're meant to hit them again. I don't think there's any other bells on this side. I think it's hit the bell, go into the void, and then hit another one somewhere. God damn it, game. I have no idea if that's gonna work, but I figure why the hell not. So that one, I think, might be the one I have to hit second, because it didn't seem to last very long. Right, I forgot. This whole room's a thing. Right. So I just kind of stumbled my way straight through that without thinking about it the one time we went through this room. Oh, good. Another on the list of things that are just kind of needlessly rude they've done here. Spawning me in the midst of a pair of these fucking assholes. Oh, and let's not forget the fact that they can just interrupt you using your finisher on something. But they can't interrupt you when you're using the stabs. Just so many weird decisions in this game. Oh my god, I would like to just be able to do anything here, please. Hooray, we're back here again. Are we having fun yet? I would like to say I am, because sometimes I am. And then these guys happen. Where they're just sitting literally where you spawn in. So you just have no chance to fight back, and you just lose your only means of defending yourself. I have no idea where that other guy's soul fucked off to, so if I try to take the pole out of him, he's just gonna come back and piss me off some more. Let's just sit here and keep pulling for a moment and see if we can actually get a hold of his soul. Though I think the thing that happened is he's now free-floating around the other world as a vampire wraith. So we're just gonna leave him there. He's just not gonna be my problem, if I can help it. We probably need this, though. That's why I disposed of them. Yeah. We need to fix that pipe and then go find... In fact, we pulled another one of those before, so I think we missed fixing a pipe somewhere. Now we're gonna have to figure that whole thing out. In among the technical issue, not actually in fact being fixed, because why would it actually be fixed? And I know, complaining isn't fun, but what the hell else am I going to say about a situation like this, where something's just being a continual pain in my ass? Also, not sure... I guess I'm just going back in there? So I'm also losing the thread of what I'm doing. Is I keep getting thrown off by little bits of jank here and there that shouldn't be there. Because, of course, my mind immediately goes to, well, how can I fix that? And the answer is, I have no idea at this point. I've done everything I can think of to fix this shit, and it is still being a pain in my ass. But I also don't have a backup plan in mind, because this had been behaving before just fine. Until it is decided, you know what, fuck you and you're having fun. Yeah, because clearly we're meant to get an air vent, go up through the pipe, and that's presumably where the boss is. the only thing I can think of is, like I was saying, I missed fixing the pipe in that one room. Oh, good. There's also a warning label on here saying, hey, one of the parts coming up is kind of buggy and it'll just eventually work. So that's great. You know, when your guide's telling you, hey, yes, some of this shit just doesn't work. It's like, well, then... Yep, I totally pressed forward enough to fall off of there, yeah. That checks out by me. Azio, thank you. Okay, does this controller suddenly have drift now? Is that a thing that's gonna continue to piss me off too? I swear to God. Like, sometimes it just really doesn't seem like the day to do anything. This is starting to feel like one of those. Because some of these issues, I genuinely don't think are the game. But I don't know why the emulator would be doing it either. Since we've never had any of these issues with it before. And of course, there's always the good old, well, you're streaming it now, so of course, suddenly things are gonna break for reasons.
I immediately regret this decision.
Yeah, I regret a lot of decisions I've made. Unfortunately, I've committed at this point, so I'm not exactly gonna just turn around and give up. Or fortunately, depending on which angle you want to look at that from, really. I being the stubborn idiot that I am. Oh, for the love of God, game, could you just control, please? Of course, now I'm back here again, so really, going here is pointless. If it isn't pointless, then we're fucked. And honestly, I don't know what the hell to do at that point. Because there's genuinely no way I can find to climb back up through there. So I don't know what room I'm meant to be in at this point. Again. It's like, I think the problem is I keep doing things as I find them, but I don't always finish what I'm working on because I don't understand to finish it. So it's causing me all kinds of issues because I then don't know where I've been well enough to finish anything that I forget. Because as nice as those cutaway cameras are, they can be a little disjointed and jarring compared to what I'm expecting to be looking at, because they choose camera angles that make it look like a completely different room. So sometimes I've been losing the thread of what room things are in. Oh, it's going, Mendel. It's one of those days where my mood's not exactly been favoring me for dealing with things being janky and annoying. And the game's not been doing me any favors in that regard either. But hopefully you're doing well. do I need to go back past this and it's connected somewhere else? I am confused. Yeah, the frame rate's consistently getting worse again in spite of what I'm doing. Well, there's one of the pipes I didn't fix. Not that I can fix it right now because I'm in the goddamn spirit world, but you know. Ah, yeah, I understand why you'd be nervous about the phone call, though. It's going to be a good thing for you in the end. And I'm assuming it's required, so you may as well just not worry about it if you can until the time comes. I know it's not that easy, but that's about the only thing I can say is try your best to be distracted until then. And then just basically rip the band-aid off, do it, get it over with. That's the mistake I make on a regular basis, is waiting to do something. Which then stresses me out about it. Okay, so that fixes that one. Where the hell's the other pipe that's broken, though? There's one that's missing. But I don't know what the fuck to do about that. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this is just meant, you know, just expected as a frustrating area, and that may be part of why I'm getting as worked up as I am, and it's also just timing and everything. And, as I mentioned before, things like that, where sometimes the controls are just not working properly because a variety of factors is making things run like shit today for some reason. Which just helps so much with my mood. For God's sake. Just do what I'm pressing the buttons to do, and things will go great. Or, you know, just arbitrarily fall off of there even though you just got there and I didn't touch any buttons. Really don't want to get worked up about this, but I'm getting annoyed. Yeah, as I figured, 2 out of 3 ain't good enough. We need to get all 3. Great. Now I gotta figure out where the one I missed is, which is gonna turn into a whole waste of everybody's time. Which I think that's the thing that's making me really get frustrated about this, is I feel like I'm wasting my own time and everyone else's because this is being stupid. Just bear with me a moment while I try to figure out if I can find the one I'm missing in the guide rather than running around like an idiot. Yeah, because I completed that pipe. What? The guide is not actually helping. Is we pushed down a section of the pipe when where we first came in. That was the one we just did. That's all connected. We then landed on 2 pipes on either side. Yeah. Get rid of the vampires so we can turn the weights. We did that. We went over to the higher platform, which is where we are now. Face through the gate, do the thing, walk up to the organ-looking thing, turn the wheel. We did that. In a room with a bell, with a wheel too high to reach. Move the block, turn the wheel. We did that. And then knock down the other pipe. And then it just says simply follow the middle path to activate the last stream of air on the pipe. So it's entirely possible that this is all done and it's just being buggy. Which is, you know, just great. Makes me just so happy. You to have shit be broken. I'm just gonna go quickly retrace our steps over where it's talking about. Just to make sure I didn't miss something there to activate that 3rd pipe. While I wrestle the controls because of the fact that the frame rate's dropping again. Which I have no control over and no idea why is happening. It should not be. That's all I can say, is it should not be dropping like this. There's no feasible, logical reason for it at this point. I've done everything in my power to fix it. And I know I keep repeating that, but it's the only thing keeping me from losing my goddamn mind about it. Also, it doesn't help that I have no idea what middle path they're even goddamn talking about. I feel like this guide skips steps a bunch. Because we're at the organ-looking thing, we pulled that wheel, yep, it's fine. Back through this gate. There's where the bell is. The bell that seems to have no purpose at all. Which is weird, too. There's where the organ is. I mean, the block, rather. We came from the organ. It's not even bothering to go back to the material plane right now. It's entirely possible that we have an issue somewhere in here, and that's what's causing us to have this problem where we're not getting what we need to do done. Which is why I'm going back and checking to make sure there isn't like an extra pipe in here that I need to knock down. Here's where the valve was. Ah, I see why they phrased it the way they did. They were intending me to jump off like this, fly over, and knock the pipe down from here. That's why that's in the order it was. That makes sense. Rather than falling off like I did and then realizing I have to go back up. Now simply follow the middle path to activate the last stream of air on the pipe. What do you mean by a middle path? They must mean the pipe I knocked down up here. Oh, Jesus, where the hell am I? Like, I wish they would have just phrased it simply as, hey, just stay on that pipe, instead of talking all this nonsense about middle paths. Especially since it's seeming like it's just arbitrarily going to be a pain in my ass about staying on that goddamn pipe. And I may not even be understanding what the hell they're talking about. Which is entirely possible. But this is the only straw I have left to grasp at to try to understand what the hell they're on about. But I also have no idea why this would activate anything. Because what I'm worried about is whether they're saying things in an order that's different than what I did. Because climbing up that pipe would lead to this. And since we climbed up it, I would assume that would have been the same as if we climbed down it. I don't think there's physically anything here that they're talking about. Just in case, let's try redoing all of that in solid form now that I found the arbitrary spot where it allows me to climb back up there consistently. Yeah, because you'll notice the wheel's gone, so we know that wheel's been done with already. Son of a bitch! Why is this game such a piece of shit sometimes? Why? Do everything right, and then it tells me to go fuck myself anyway. Come on, Raziel, quit being a fucking useless half-wit, please. Really could use you actually doing your job. Nothing there. Thank you for the follow, Kelbin's Coins TV. How you doing? Hopefully you are enjoying the show, even though I'm sitting here grumbling at the game the entire time right now. I'm getting aggravated with nonsense right now. So the wheel is still there, so I wonder if that's the one that didn't do what it was supposed to do. And that's why things aren't working. Once again, spawning in front of these things, because, you know, why not try to fuck the player over? Oh boy. That's a follow-up. Well, we'll deal with that in a second. Yeah, this wheel is still functional. Okay. So that's where that went wrong. Thank you for the raid, Kelvin's Coin TV. How was your stream? How you doing? Welcome in, everybody. There you are. How you doing? And thank you. And welcome in, Rox Tarat. Restaurant? Yep. No, don't quit the game. That is the opposite of what I want. Ah. I do love the series, even if this game is aggravating me right now, but we'll get through it. We'll be fine. Having technical issues and such. Yeah, I was figuring people were more than likely not gonna have the best reaction to this part of the game. Because I am certainly not. Where did that pipe land? I could really use it right now to get rid of these bastards. Something's acting weird, and I don't know why. Yeah, that checks out. I can absolutely see why. I feel like this wouldn't be so bad if these vampires weren't constantly chasing you around. Yeah. It's given me some troubles as well. I couldn't get the PC version to work worth a damn, so I'm emulating the PlayStation version, and it is having a time sometimes. So the PlayStation version is also the one I grew up with, so of course I was going to use this version if I could either way. Yeah, I'm aware that Soul Reaver 2 is kind of a mess, which is really unfortunate, but it's definitely a mess. So ironically enough, that one at least runs, unlike the PC version of the first game. Oop, that's not where I meant to end up. If you can get a hold of it, you may actually want to try the PC version of 2. It may work better for you. I mean, I think we can agree that most of this series is a bit of a mess, unfortunately. For better or worse. It's a very good and enjoyable mess, but it is still a mess. Oh good, now the battery on the controller has chosen to die again. Bear with me while it makes noises at me. That's a very different issue than what I had with it. I couldn't even get the PC version to run. Or, correction, on the previous system I had, I did eventually manage to get it to run at all. And then, ever since then, I haven't been able to get it to work again. Ah, there's the pipe I was missing. Ah, God damn it, game. Please allow me to land on it. And actually stay there. Thank you for the follow, Ketchup Popsicle. Hope you're doing well. Don't mind me as I want to burn this cathedral to the ground, even though it's made out of stone and metal, I'll burn it anyway. Yep, that was the piece that was missing, and the guide I was using was lying to me. Excellent. Very helpful. Remember, kids, don't trust GameFAQs. GameFAQs lies. No, and I have grand plans of trying to get the whole series done, but oh boy. Alright, have a good one. Rest up after the stream and all that. And thank you again for that raid. My brain is not with me the most, otherwise these reactions would be smoother and faster, but we'll get there. Things will be fine. Nope. There we go. I'm gonna go this way. No, that seems to go further along. Good timing there, Amber. How you doing? Yep, I had a feeling I should have deviated immediately. This is a warp room, and we're gonna need that. Because this will be our ticket out of this hellhole once we're done here. Yeah, I would like to run out of here as fast as I can. That much is true. But on the bright side, I think that's the worst of the cathedral done. Yeah, I love that sound, and honestly, everybody around seems to enjoy it, so it works out nicely. Nice. Oh, good night. Goodbye, frame rate. I didn't need you anyway. Thank you for that. Well, that's not strange looking at all. Nope. Hey there, Doom. I probably will at some point. I just probably won't jump straight into them. I'll probably cool off after this one first.
The prodigal son. There is no returning for you, Raziel.
Zephan, your visage becomes you. It's an appropriate reflection of your soul.
And you are not his handsome Raziel anymore. His precious firstborn son turned betrayer. You have missed so many changes, little Raziel. Look around you. See how the human's weapon of destruction has become my home. Indeed, my body. A cocoon of brick and granite from which to watch a pupating world.
There's no subtitles. Let them talk and then I'll get back to you.
Only scuttling from the shadows to devour a victim already ensnared in your cowardly trap. But you've made the mistake of leaving me unbound, and it is you who must succumb to my will.
Will, instinct, reflex action. The insect mind finds little difference. I warn you, brother. As my stature has grown, so it is matched by my appetite. Step forward, morsel.
I started blasting. Bang! Bang! No, I don't see so good, so I missed.
Alice, I know you're being funny, but if you keep it up, you can be timed out just like anybody else. And I'm doing alright, Doom. How about you? I wish this game had subtitles so that I could explain in things and have you guys understand what's happening. But it's easier to let them talk. Yeah, I feel that, Doom. Why are you lost, Amber? How did you end up lost? What needs explain? So I cannot promise that I'll be able to explain half of what's going on here. Okay, I need to throw this in somewhere, presumably, but let's just get rid of that for the second while I figure out what's happening. Oh. Hang on. Going back to the spirit world. There we go. Need some processing time. Also fair. I wish that was a less relatable sentence there, Alice. I really wish that was a less relatable sentence. And I wish that for all of us. Sadly, life will be life. Now then, I'm assuming the whole bit... Yep, okay. That explodes. Yeah, all these boss fights end up being a gimmick of some kind. It looks like I might have to hit him in the face now as he ducks forward. Because I can't jump an attack, so he'd have to duck forward for me to hit him. Ow. He's hitting me a lot while I'm trying to figure out what to do with this thing, though. Okay, I can barely hurt him with my regular claws, so this is gonna be an issue. Can I use your torch? Can I have this? Please? Torch, please? Please? No? Okay. Not allowed to have that. Got it. I'm also not sure where I'm meant to be throwing these, because it seems like where I threw it the first time didn't work. And, well, the good news is, in this game, you kinda can't die, sort of. Oh, hey, is he here? Isn't he here? I can't tell. Because we got sent here to the spirit world to begin with. And we've just been reforming flesh into a material form ever since. Thank you for the bits, Doom. Appreciate it. Okay, that is a good point. Let me stop for a second and try to explain what the hell's going on. So, we originally were one of Kain, the head vampire. I'm going to simplify things a little bit, so those who know don't get at me about what I'm going to say here. I'm going to give them the simple version. Kain, head of the vampires. We were Raziel, one of his lieutenants. We grew wings before he did. He got mad, ripped our wings off, threw us into the abyss. We then turned into what we are now. A being that has not yet been explained gave us the power to come back from the spirit world to get, basically, revenge and bring balance back to the world we're in. By defeating the remaining vampires and putting their spirits back into the loop of the world. I see you trying to derail me there, Doom, and I appreciate the bits, and I'm not going to fall for the derailment. Okay. So, explained how we ended up how we are. The thing you see come out of our arm occasionally used to be Kain's sword, the Soul Reaver. He broke it on us, trying to kill us. All that did was send us back to the spirit world, and we were able to pick up the pieces of it as our new weapon, which is permanently bound to us now. Whenever we're in the spirit world, the Soul Reaver is permanent. Whenever we are in the physical realm, we have to be at full health for the Soul Reaver to remain. And I know you probably were at Doom, but I was trying to make a joke out of there. Finding ways to kind of roll with that. Let's see. All these creatures we're dealing with as boss fights used to be our brethren as the other lieutenants of Kain. A long time passed while we were falling through the abyss and becoming what we are now. As he was explaining when he was talking to us. The first one turned into some kind of weird shape-shifting, well, not shape-shifting, dimension-hopping slug thing. This one's turned into a spider that has attached itself to this entire cathedral. I wouldn't say they were friends. I don't think they were ever really friends. Considering there was a lot of backstabbing and nonsense happening before getting thrown into the abyss. They just were extended family by virtue of Kain having made them. We already destroyed the first of our brothers, which gave us the ability to shift through walls. Now we're working on defeating the second one. Because their spirits have to be put back into the eternal cycle of everything. Because the whole world is collapsing because of the fact that everything's been out of balance for so long. Now, as to figuring out how to deal with this guy, that's a whole other question. Because that attack comes out pretty quick, so I don't think I'm meant to counter it by hitting him back, and that blew up in my face. Okay, that was unhelpful. Now, the whole thing with Kain is he used to be a human being. He became, I believe he was actually, in fact, the first vampire in this universe? I'm not certain if he was the first or if he was just the one that got really out of hand. I don't remember the details on that one, because that's explained in Blood Omen 1 and explained in other games a bit more than this one. Because the Legacy of Kain series is pretty lengthy. There's, I think, 5 games? And I haven't worked out a good setup for Blood Omen 1 yet, which is why that one hasn't happened. It's also a lot longer, so may or may not ever actually happen. Okay, that is meant to break. I just wasn't able to break it initially. Oh, back to spirit form. We'll figure that out in a second. But that's the funky thing with this, is every time I run out of our material world health, we just end up back here again. I think I can die if these wraiths do enough damage to me, but I've yet to have that be a problem. Because they're really not much of a threat now that we have the Soul Reaver. Because it used to be we had to fight in hand-to-hand combat even here in the spirit world, and it could be rough at times. And we can only shift back to the material plane from those prescribed spots. Considering we haven't used those exploding orbs, I'm assuming those are important. Like, I presume I'm supposed to throw them at him in some way, shape, and form, considering I can throw them. But managing to stay intact long enough to figure out where to throw them is proving to be a thing. Because that doesn't seem to work. He's not really reacting when I do that. So I assume he's probably supposed to, like, lean his head forward and I throw the ball at his face. But we're about to go back into the spirit world again, because there's no souls around here for me to consume. Because that's what our vampiric bloodlust was replaced with, was both the power and the need to siphon souls. As an impetus to make sure we do what they wanted us to do, most likely. Because attacking that doesn't seem to do anything. And I broke that one trying to figure out if attacking that did anything. Now, over time, our form does decay, as you see there. Our health just runs out. Which in this case was what we actually wanted, because we can get back to full health the easy way this way. But as you can see, they're quite happy to try to kill us too, so killing them's only fair. Yeah, and the Soul Reaver doesn't do anything to that part of their body either. Okay. Give me this. And therein lies one of the big problems with this, is sometimes the controls just don't do what you want them to. Catch! That's a word for it, yeah. That is certainly a way to look at it. So I hit him straight in the face with it and nothing happened, so I am slightly confused now. Because that also didn't work. He should have had a reaction if that was actually doing damage. So I'm missing something. Aside from a brain, because I'm definitely missing that. It could be as simple as I have to hit him when he reaches out, because his head changes when he moves forward. Now, the problem is, I don't know how to time that yet. No, you ain't getting away. Get back in here. There we go. Which, that's something else I probably should explain a little bit, actually, with our whole soul draining thing. He's not, like, making a mouth or anything by doing that, he's just moving his old cape out of the way to make room for him to actually be able to absorb things. Why that matters, I don't know. But his whole lower jaw and such melted away when he was falling through the abyss. So there's not really a mouth problem to worry about. It's a whole thing. Now, speaking of whole things, what the fuck do I do about you? Is clearly the eggs he's making matter. I just don't know how. His claws are the main danger, aside from when he just smashes his face into me. Problem is, I don't know where to hit him. Because hitting him square in the face really doesn't seem to have amounted to anything. And it doesn't seem like I can just jam it back in the hole it came from, because we tried that when I threw the first one, and that didn't really seem to amount to anything. I don't think I can break his claws off, because we already broke the higher ones, and they're permanently gone, apparently, so that's good news, at least. Now, as to finishing this fight, I'm not certain. On the bright side, it seems like he just chooses not to do anything when I'm out of range. He's just sitting there staring at me while I stare at him. You know, he doesn't look as bad as the other one, honestly. The other one looked more disgusting to me. He's concerning, but he's not as disgusting. You know, till you get to this part's a problem, but let's not think about that too much. What the fuck do I do about you? Am I meant to bait out you swinging your face at me or swinging the claws at me and I just hit them? That seems like really fucky timing. But I'd believe it. Because there is quite a wind-up to his attack there. You seem to be more or less guaranteed to get hit if you try to go for the ball, so... Is there anywhere it looks like I should be throwing this? I could try throwing it and drop, like, the ceiling on him or something. That's worth a shot. Right, if I think about it too long, it blows up in my hand. Got it. Which, that's the thing, is the fact that it blows up tells me that it should be used for something. And he wouldn't be spawning it if it was useless. It still could be a red herring, but I feel like that's... Wait a minute. You don't think it might be a matter of he's meant to grab it off the ground? Like, maybe he bites for me, ends up grabbing his own egg and blowing it up? I think that's jank enough that that wouldn't work, but I guess I could try it if I can get him to make another one. Which, that's the other thing, is I'm not sure if there's a way to actually get him to spawn those, or if that just happens. Which, if those in the know are still here, I am open to a hint at this point, since we're not getting much of anywhere at the minute. There's also the fact that sometimes he shows up here in the spirit world, though I think that's... I don't think he's actually here. I don't think he's actually here at all. But I guess we should check. You'll notice when I walk over, he phases back out. Oh, no, there he goes. Weird. Because I think his spirit is large enough that he's kind of like bleeding over into the spirit world. But he's not like really here. Either that or the rendering's breaking. Could be either. Could be both. There's also those times where he leans forward like that and he just goes rah, 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 rah. Like that's supposed to do something. Oh, I'm actually out of his reach here. Hang on. We might have something. Go ahead. Go for me again. See how that works out for you. Well? Try me. No, either I stepped back too far, or it went through him. I can't tell which. Yeah, see, it made the tink noise of not doing any damage. No, that did a whole lot of nothing, too. Like, I feel like I'm overlooking something obvious, but I just don't know what. Because the only ways in and out of here were all sealed off. So it's not like we could just go anywhere and, like, ring a bell or something. This dead guy with the flame is messing with my head a little bit. Like, I feel like this is meant to be relevant in some way. But I feel like that's just decoration. And it's not like we have any other moves we can use currently. So I think what I'm going to do is get him to spawn another egg, and I'm going to try throwing it at the ceiling like I was thinking about before. Because it seems like hitting him... want me to be real? I'm not sure what that stuff is. It looks like eggs or something. I see, like shapes in there that look like the things he's making. So I assume those are his children. But as you can see, they don't really, like, have a hitbox or anything. They don't really exist. But I could also try throwing a bomb at that and see what happens. I just need to get him to actually spawn another bomb to try that. His physically attacking them wasn't working. You know, politeness hasn't benefited me in this universe so far. I don't see it happening now. And when politeness fails, resort to high explosives. Nope, that just bounces off the ceiling. Huh. Well, that had a different result than I expected, but I don't think that was beneficial at all. So bringing the roof down on him doesn't work. As far as I can tell, we no longer need the Soul Reaver for this fight. The Soul Reaver was for breaking the claws. We know the Soul Reaver doesn't work on the things on the sides. So next target will be I'll try hitting the red bits with the egg and see if anything happens. That is if I can get in and out with that without just getting instantly destroyed. Which we don't really have any, like, movement options in particular. Otherwise, I'd be using them. So it's mostly just run in, hope it lets me grab it, and then hope we get... You little bastard. Join your friend in the stomach. On the bright side, the egg is still there. It's probably going to blow up soon. Assuming this isn't going to do anything, but I'll try it. Nope, just bounces off just like the walls. So that's not a relevant answer either. So I can only assume I'm either missing a timing thing, or there's a very specific spot I need to hit. And I just don't know where that very specific spot is. Because he doesn't care if you hit his children. His ceiling isn't going to cave in on him. Hitting him in the face didn't matter, hitting him in the chest didn't matter, and hitting him in the egg sac only seems to make more eggs. So there's gotta be, like, some weird thing I need to do. Because with the first boss fight, we had to keep dropping doors on him and then drop the center blade on him in order to kill him. So there must be some manner of indirect thing I need to do here. Now that we've weakened him. As to what it is, I don't know. Is there anything, like, behind him? No, just more egg sac. Okay, so that doesn't matter. I don't know why that wasn't being pulled. It just was refusing. Because it was too busy freaking out. Now, those wraiths are formed when a vampire dies and its soul isn't claimed. But in these boss fights, they tend to just be kind of hanging around. Probably because of former lieutenants and such of these vampires that got betrayed, probably. His treachery is just kind of a thing. I mean, it's entirely possible I'm meant to, like, have the bomb, and then when he leans forward like that, I hit him. It's the only other remaining choice, but the timing on that's gonna be a pain in the ass. It also would help greatly if I could actually, you know, pick this up when I mean to pick it up. Hey, come get me. Of course, it would help a lot if he actually threw when I told him to throw. So I feel like that might not be the answer either. But I'm genuinely running out of ideas as to what the hell to do about this guy. Because as you can see, by hitting that, I definitely can force him to spawn one of these. So this is necessary. I just don't know to do what. Because as you can see, hitting him does nothing. Like, I'm... Yes, congratulations. I mean, I already have a lot of questions considering I'm sitting here making him make eggs. I feel like that has enough concerning connotations to it to begin with that I don't want to think about. Like, I'm willing to bet it's something stupid. And I'm gonna be mad when I realize what it is, / check the guide to figure out what the hell I'm supposed to be doing. So I feel like I've tried everything at this point. Like, the only thing I can think of is I'm missing something, again. Like, there's something I just haven't looked at well enough, or something. And it's entirely possible that I'm being an idiot about it. It would help a lot if I didn't just get stuck in random vertices. Well, when you put it like that, I have a suspicion that I was on the right track early on, and now I'm gonna be mad. Let me put it this way. Would I be right in thinking that something I was looking at before is the right answer, and I just didn't know how to interact with it correctly? Because it was probably something I tried to pick up, for example, earlier, that didn't do a thing. Because when you say that, I have a big suspicion as to what the hell you mean, and I'm about to be annoyed when it works. Give me an egg. Taking this with me. Going over here. It's this fucking thing that's just here for arbitrary reasons, isn't it? Now that it's on fire, now it'll work for reasons. Yep. That's the whole thing. Okay. Yep. Like I said, it's dumb. I get it, but it's dumb. Like, of course he wouldn't be particularly affected by his own eggs. That makes sense. And of course, since this is here, that's why that mattered. Yeah. That was the last piece of the puzzle I needed. It's another one of those situations where you're right on the edge of the thought, but it doesn't connect, and then you just needed one little piece of wiring. And that's the end of that. Give me your power, whatever this power may be. Hopefully not the power to just make eggs. I'd really rather not be doing that constantly.
Consuming Zephon's apostate soul has bestowed on you a new gift. Like his vampire spawn, you're able to scale certain walls which are otherwise impassable, but only in the physical realm. In the spirit world, these insubstantial edifices will not support you.
I knew we were getting wall climb at some point. I guess I should have assumed he would have given it to me.
In the mountains beyond the pillars, Nosgoth's cataclysms have exposed an ancient crime. Endowed with Zephon's soul, you may now progress where your path was hitherto impeded.
I know where that is. Getting back to it, pathing-wise, is gonna be a little funky, but I think I remember exactly where he's talking about. Yeah, I'm figuring there's a few things I can do. Because there's probably some backtracking I can do to go collect some coil pieces and things like that. Given the time frame I'm at for today, we'll go ahead and just press forward. And then we'll do backtracking in the future, when I actually use these things properly. Because in the end, all the coil pieces are going to do is give me more health, and health really hasn't been an issue in this game thus far, since you can just keep going back to the spirit world and coming back. I mean, I'm sure at some point it's going to become a problem. Like the fact that he was basically one-shotting us wasn't ideal. Now, let's see if I'm actually right in remembering where this was. So I think there was one of the paths off of the abyss had a climbable point on it. I really wish that didn't make the screen flash. I think I'm going the wrong way for what I'm thinking. Is this, I think... Yeah, that's where we came out of at the beginning of the game. So that's not where the climbable point is. That was where the gate I needed before was, but... it's not where I need to be right now, I think. I need to go this way. That is, of course, depending on if my memory is correct. Which can be a crapshoot. 'Cause the abyss is right here, I know that. Just whether where I wanted to go from here is correct. I think I remember looking around here and spotting something that looked climbable. Of course, considering it's been a week and everything, that could be right, could be wrong. So I wouldn't be surprised if the bridge itself is climbable. That led to the sanctuary. Let's see if that is climbable or not. Nope. Okay, that didn't work. So I'm probably remembering wrong. I think that's what clicked in my brain as something I could climb. Climbing up here is how we got to the sanctuary by accident. Because that's where all the humans are hanging out. We don't really want to be there right now. Now, he mentioned the mountains. I don't really remember mountains per se. Assume this, yeah, this gets me back up where we were. Just need a soul. Or a few seconds. One of the two will happen. And there we go. I don't think we need to go back in there. Saying mountains helps and doesn't help at the same time, because a lot of goddamn mountains are around here. But I know soon after being in the abyss area, I remember seeing somewhere to climb. I'm gonna go back here and just make sure I'm not completely sitting here with wires crossed. Because this just leads back around over here anyway. I'm pretty sure that this whole place is already done. So where did I see that thing I could climb? There's a few places I've seen where there were climbable bits. Remembering specifically where they were is a whole other issue, but I do remember seeing them. So where should I be right now? That's the sanctuary. I don't think I have any reason to be there at the minute. The ancient crime. So we've got a couple places left we don't have access to through the portals. I guess an ancient crime could account for them wiping out the majority of humanity. I don't feel like that's the problem. Because that wouldn't have been uncovered by the cataclysms. The sanctuary would have been there the entire time. So it's an offshoot from somewhere around here. I just don't know exactly where. Just make sure of something. I mean, the easy answer would be to go around place to place and just check everywhere. Apparently, I'm not remembering as well as I thought I did. And I could just warp back to the main place, but I feel like we could just walk back there and it'd be fine. Because reflecting in my memory, I don't think it was going to be over here. Not even going to bother dealing with him, just getting him out of my way. And the reason why I didn't bother using the warp is literally the warp would have spat us out like right over here. So there's not much point to it. So, as far as I can tell, it's not an offshoot from here. Because the only offshoot we can access from here would be the sanctuary. And he would have mentioned that, I think, if he was telling me to go there. But I don't think it's actually connected to this meeting hall place over here either, I think. Maybe I'm remembering somewhere right next to the same gate I used before? 'Cause I know I saw and pointed out a climbable wall very early on. So it would have to be back here then. Because I looked at it and went, that has to be something I can climb on at some point. It's gotta be back this way, I think. That is, of course, assuming I'm not losing my mind entirely. I don't think this is the one I mean. No. There's something else around here that... Yeah, this. Yep, there we go. Not what I was expecting, but I'll take it. Considering the other ability we gained got us through a doorway here, I figured maybe the other place we needed to be was hubbing from here as well. But extra coil piece is not something I'll argue with. That just now puts me back in the brain spiral of, okay, where the hell am I actually going then? So we were told by the spirit that inhabits the council room that we can get advice there, so we could always check that and see if she gives us a better hint as to where the hell we're going. Because I don't know my Nosgoth geography. Telling me past the mountains really doesn't help that much. I don't think we can open this door still, though. I think we have to go around. Yeah. There we go. But how is everybody out there doing while I'm sitting here racking my brain trying to figure out where I'm going? Anyone out there doing anything interesting? Fair enough, fair enough. Hopefully that's at least proving interesting. Hopefully my visit in here proves enlightening. This is going to be a little bit of walking, because I arguably should have... Actually, no, there was no warp in here. I do have to actually walk all the way around. There we go. As the frame rate goes to hell in a handbasket for some reason.
Like a corpse in a shallow grave, corruption rises to the surface. Beyond these pillars, the defiled victim mutely screams its outrage.
That was incredibly unhelpful. Like, that tells me that it's not here, which is great. But, I knew that already. Well. Not sure what I was expecting, but that was less than what I was expecting. That much is true. I'm digging through my memory right now, trying to think of anything else I remember seeing. And the first thing that's coming to mind is honestly actually going back to the place we just were. Not actually in the cathedral itself, but the area around it. So I remember seeing another climbable point there. Whether that's the relevant spot or not, I don't know. But that's the only other one I can think of offhand. The problem with that one's going to be remembering exactly where that was, because I only remember it as part of the path leading to the cathedral. That's as far as my brain gets in remembering that. Could you not? Goddamn spiritual scavengers. I'm not bothering to shift back because I'm just gonna go back to the door. Oh, wait. Right. There's a physical door I'm gonna have to open. So never mind, I do have to go back. God damn it. Because in spite of the fact that things are insubstantial to Raziel in the spirit world, for some reason things like doors still count, and he can't touch them because he's not solid. So that's fun. There's a lot of weird rules to this that don't necessarily add up. Because if you're solid but not solid, how solid is not solid? It's like they made it very clear that water doesn't exist when you're in spirit form, which makes sense. Doors exist, but you can't touch them. As you've seen plainly, enemies disappear, so they're not really a problem. Because anything without a physical body kind of is floating around here, but anything with one just doesn't exist.
Parkour!
Yeah, that would be helpful if I was that good at it to get somewhere with that idea, but unfortunately, the only idea I have is going back through this gate. Which is why I was trying not to shift back into the material plane to begin with. Since I knew I was just gonna have to shift back anyway. But such is the way the game works. So such is the way we will do. Now, somewhere in this vague vicinity, I think there was actually a climbable thing. I wonder, though, since we're here, hang on. Can I go through this? Really, that's solid enough I can't? Nope, there we go. So is this how we got in here in the first place, or am I going somewhere wrong now? Only time will tell. Or we're going somewhere completely pointless. Well, that's great. No, wait, there is a ledge up there, but I can't go there. So I think I know what the deal with this is, and we can't do it right now. Which I had a suspicion since we were underwater that I was going the wrong way, but wanted to make sure since we were here and could phase through this. But if that connects to this, then I'm starting to wonder if I'm actually in the wrong place entirely anyway. Because there is a very real possibility that I was on the right track in the first place and deviated from that. Because as my second-guessing nature tends to do, I tend to backpedal from the correct answer off to God knows what. Okay, can't get back out of that either, so we have to go the staircase route out of here. Which also, again, implies a similar answer to what that other room did. I have a suspicion between the fact that it was mentioned that we still have our old weaknesses, thus implying that we will be shedding some of the old weaknesses of vampires, such as water and fire and things like that. Yeah. Yeah. Because there's always goodies the way they don't want you going. There's always something fun to pick up. Now, what I'm thinking is we're going to gain the ability to swim at some point, considering all of this water path we're dealing with around here. Which, speaking of, there's more water here, so I don't know why I shape-shifted back. There's also nothing down here, so... Wait, what am I forgetting? Right, I think I was supposed to swap back to material, go across, and go around. Yeah, damn it, brain. I saw the water and everything, too, but brain just didn't click on that one. Like, oh yeah, this is fine, I'll just jump in the water, it'll be fine. Yeah, because there's a ledge up there. Same mistake I made when we were here the first time, I think, actually. Funnily enough. Okay, game, you do you on that one. I saw the soul down there. Come on. Up. There you go. And away. For those who didn't see them, these are the children of that thing we just killed. We're just gonna, you know, go around and blow those up a little bit because they're upsetting. Which is also why it made perfect sense that we gained the ability to climb from it, because it makes spider vampires. Which is really just not something most people would ever want to think about. But I think I remember seeing a climbable thing somewhere in this room. Or at least something that looked like it might have been climbable. Now, I'm not sure that that's the path forward, but it's the other one I remembered, so I figured I'd come back and check. So it's looking like my memory might have been wrong, or saw something that didn't actually match up to what I'm actually looking for. Because what I was thinking of should have been right in this room. So I think I was barking up the wrong tree. So I think this is the room that just naturally spits out into the other area. Yeah. So I don't actually want to go that way. Say as I get stuck against the goddamn wall. Actually, yeah, I think that's the thing that was tripping my brain. That wall there. Which is climbable. Okay. But, why? Why is this here? What is the point? Especially considering I've been here before without climbing. So what the hell's the point of this? Well, I guess on the bright side, I solved the mystery. Back we go to figure out where the hell the door actually is that we're supposed to be taking to get out onto the proper path. But away from the spider demons definitely seems like a great direction. That's a tough question. I very rarely know the answer to that one. And when I do know the answer, I usually ignore it. Did we come down ledges like this, or am I going a different direction suddenly? I don't even know. Oh, right, this is where the warp room is, that I can't use until I go back to being solid again. I missed my turn somewhere as far as finding a way back to the material plane goes. How do I become material again? Because at the rate I'm going, I may as well just walk back out of here. Because I don't know where I want to be anyway. I'm genuinely at a little bit of a loss now. Right, I need to become solid before jumping over here. It's the same door that caused me an issue a minute ago. Everybody's favorite button. Yeah, because we know climbing up there doesn't do anything, because we already got the thing that was up there. So where do I need to go? I figured. But everybody loves that button either way, so I wouldn't have been surprised no matter how it went. There are times where I feel like I gave people too much power by giving them that button. But that's also why the cooldown got changed on it. Not that it doesn't get hit basically on cooldown anyway. So let's think. So we know there's nothing useful over there anymore. And she said past the pillars, there's bad things happened, but we knew that already. So that's not the answer. Let's see. Let's just check the vicinity of a couple of these portals, because usually they'd want you to have the ability to get back to somewhere if you needed to go there more than once. So where we need to be should be near one of these, logically. You know, it's not that. This first one, because that's where we just came from. I think that's where I went thinking there was a climbable thing, which might still be correct. What's going to take me a minute is remembering what each of these are. This, I think, was the cathedral. This is where we just were. But I'm going to verify one by one, just because... Yep, okay. Seeing that hallway tells me everything I need to know with that one. And the one before that should be the cathedral itself. Now, the problem we might run into is I might just be barking up the wrong tree entirely, thinking that it's not the sanctuary. This, I think we were already over by. I'm gonna check. Yeah, this is the internal area of where we used to have our clan. Which could still be right, so I may as well take a peek around here. Because this is what my first instinct told me, is that there was something around here. This area is pretty quick, so there could be something around here, and this is also the most mountainous-looking terrain that we've experienced. I won't rule this out. Not that I'm really in the position or mindset to rule anything out in particular at the minute. I am in the unhappy position of lacking information to make any kind of real judgments off of yet. This is definitely mountainous. So if there's gonna be somewhere past mountains, it would have to be past here. Just leaves the question of where past here is where I need to be, and why is Raziel stuck in the floor again? Okay, now this just leads back to the teleporter. There is nothing here. So we need to go somewhere else at the very least around here. Once again, reminding everyone that if you're playing a game like this, play as much of it as you can close together. Don't wait a week like I do. Waiting a week is for suckers. And that's how you forget things. Potential bright side is this makes me backtrack in ways that might cause me to find more or collectibles and such instead. Which is all well and good, but not really what I'm looking for right now. I'm looking to make progress. I would like to at least get to the next area before we end. Though, it occurs to me, we didn't fight the one whose offspring these guys are, did we? We didn't fight Domar. So maybe I am on the right track. Because I do pay attention sometimes, and I do remember things occasionally. Because partway through here, we encountered a different breed of vampire. And after encountering them is when we found the brother we did kill around here. So the logic checks out that this would actually be leading somewhere. I just gotta find where the path leads me to where I need to be. Which would make sense for it to be somewhere around here since the other portal didn't check out. But we also just were here. We walked over here when I was checking initially. Double checking in case they're leading the blind again. I would assume, again, since it's past the mountains, that we would need to be going the other way to get there. This way, as in. Oh, there's a thing. So, there must be a block or something I can push around and then go into the spirit world and go through that. Which is most likely this thing. Yep, I can move this. Okay. It was a different shape, so I didn't consider it a movable block until I saw where it needed to go. 'Cause that's the thing with this game, is a lot of this is very straightforward as long as you're thinking about it the right way. I've had the issue a few times so far, as you've seen, that I end up looking at things a little bit too askew to actually be on the right track for something. One more of those and we'll get at the upgrade that we're supposed to get from those. Which I'm assuming is a health extension. But I've not actually gotten one yet, so I don't know. Now, there is admittedly a whole lot of nothing here. It's not like we're going to be getting any soul energy here in order to reform. But it recharges, as you see, quick enough. There you are. We can also just feed on the stupid and the weak in here. Nom, nom, nom. There we go. So the fact that there are things to come back for will make this worthwhile even if I'm barking up the wrong tree. But I feel like I can't be too far wrong considering the connection my brain just caught up with there. The only issue will be is finding whatever one requisite wall there is somewhere. Though there's also the fact that half this place is flooded as well. Which kind of puts a lie to what I'm saying a little bit, because it may be that I have to swim to get to where I need to be. But then why is there a swimming area in the other place, too, then? Like, that's how it gets a little bit confusing. And it may also be that I'm trying to logic this out the wrong way. Or attempting to logic it out too far. Which, that is the simple fact of the matter of, it's all I got to work with right now. So I do appreciate everyone's patience with me bumbling around trying to figure out where to go, what to do, and all of that. I just want to point that out. Especially those that have been sticking around from when I was complaining about the cathedral, since there was a lot of complaining to be had. Okay, so that just leads back to there. Guess maybe those are useless? I don't know. I don't see any other way to activate those other doors. Problem is, this just leads to the warp. So... color me confused. Nothing up there. Like, I can't help but feel that I'm missing something. Yes, yes, you've got a bow. Good for you. Like, it could just be as simple as there is a path further forward around the warp over here, and I'm just being blind again. Which is why I'm literally walking back through all of it just to make sure I'm not missing something obvious. Because back when I was playing this when I was younger, around here is where I actually got stuck, because I was like, where the hell am I going? But this was before I even fought the first boss, and I was over here, not now that I've beaten 2 bosses and I'm coming back through here trying to figure out where the hell I'm going. Just explaining that that's the case of this place. Yeah, this is the problem. There was 2 doors out of this room. This is what leads further forward in this section. And around here is where I suspected that there was the climbable point. Somewhere in this rocky area. The thing is, this is also when we started running into the other vampires. Which kind of makes me wonder about my own thought there. But we've got ground to cover, so we may as well cover it. Which, the mind breaking is probably not going to get any better tomorrow, because, as a reminder to those that are currently still here, that may or may not be aware, tomorrow we're going to be doing the Kingsfield segment that would have been done on this coming Saturday, because I'm going to be doing something special for April Fool's Day, which is falling on Saturday. So that's going to be a whole adventure in and of itself. Now, I don't think there's anything actually in the necropolis itself. as far as the path forward goes. And in the interest of saving us even more walking, I'm just gonna take a look at where the hell I'm supposed to be going. Okay, yeah, no, I didn't catch that, but I was on the right track. We were supposed to be back at the pillars, but one of them was climbable and I didn't see it. That's why this whole thing went awry. Because I don't know if I just didn't notice that it was climbable, didn't think of that, or what have you. But that's where the problem came in. And I stand by the fact that my logic for coming over here was sound, but it is what it is. And it did find us another or couple of these, because this is, I think, the climbable surface I was thinking of around here. Did it actually do something? Because I didn't see anything happen. I'm gonna guess that the health meter, like, twisted around in such a way that it didn't really look like it extended, but it extended. That's the lie I'm gonna tell myself, and we're gonna play ball from there. But provided my double check isn't lying to me, we just need to go here, climb out again, and we'll be at the pillars and then be able to go where we're supposed to be going. And for those who weren't here for session 1, this is where we started the game. Down here in this hole. This is the abyss. Usually where souls go when they're in transition after dying, I believe. We just happen to get dumped in here a little more directly. Which has led to our current weird situation. Here's where they would have taught you about combat. The last room was where they taught you about doing the duck jumps that are what you see me do all the time. Because yes, you have to actually duck in order to do those high jumps. But here we are, back at the pillars again. Now, apparently the bit I missed is that one of these can be climbed on. Or something around here they were saying a support pillar could be climbed on, which I think is this, but we climbed this already and didn't see anything different. They were talking about some kind of wooden platform. I am not seeing, so I wonder if the guide is lying to me again. Which wouldn't be the first time, won't be the goddamn last time. But we'll look around one of the support pillars, not one of the actual pillars of Nosgoth, of course. Oh. Oh, no, I think I misunderstood something. That's on me. They don't mean these pillars, they mean where the actual chair is. Ironically enough, where I went and talked to the one lady, I think. Ironically enough, I've gone to the right place, but I didn't realize I was in the right place. Oh, yeah. I think our health bar is longer. Yeah, I think it is just a little bit longer. So if this is the right place, then why the hell did they send me to gate 0? They could have sent me to gate 1 and it would have been quicker. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I don't know why. I keep doing this to myself here. Where it's like, oh yeah, I need to go back to being on the material plane. No, I don't. And as you can see there, annoyingly enough, his soul just instantly disappears when you transfer over, even though it should have been there. So that's a little bit of a weird one, too. But in hindsight, what we were told makes perfect sense. As she said, just past the pillars, and we were also told past the mountains. Past the mountains is a little bit weird, but being told literally just past the pillars should have kicked in my brain a little bit on that one. That there should have been something in here to look at. Yep, there it is. So that's admittedly a little unclear. You can see the lines on it, but the fact that all the symbols and such are still on it make it a little bit weird. Still not sure what the guide's talking about with the wooden platform, but let's just not think about it too much. The important part is we're getting somewhere. Let's check the other way first, because that has Path of No Return written on it a bit. But I think we can come back, it's just gonna be a pain in the butt. Let's check this one first. This is worse. But you'll notice it is the same vampires hanging around here. So I think I had right church, wrong pew going on a bit there. More than likely, in the end, we're still going to be facing off against Domar. The only other one that's been named at all. Now, both of these lead to the same place anyway, so it didn't matter which door I went through. Hooray for the illusion of choice. But this does seem like progress.
The ancient tomb of the Seraphim, once impenetrably sealed, now ravaged by Nosgoth's upheavals, its mysteries lay exposed. In the time of Vorador, centuries before Kain was made, the Seraphim warrior priests waged a merciless war against the vampire tribes of Nosgoth. Emboldened by righteousness, they committed unspeakable and indiscriminate acts of violence, massacring fledglings and ancients alike. They decimated entire bloodlines in mere decades. Now their husks lay here, murderers enshrined.
Well, that explains a couple things. Specifically, my initial correction of myself was right. Kain was not the first vampire in this universe. He was just the one that got really out of hand in recent times. Considering there was apparently an ancient war and all of that. This is also what happens when the last time you read any of this lore was, what I did read of it was a very long time ago. Let's just put it that way.
Take heed, Raziel. A forgotten history lies within. Know thyself, though it may destroy you.
It's always interesting to consider just how many different variations of the concept of a vampire there are between different mythologies, different fictions, and all of that. A lot of them still operate under the same main set of concepts. The whole blood drinking, certain weaknesses carry over between a lot of them. And yet a lot of them are depicted wildly differently, which can be interesting.
As I pulled the stone free, a sigh of sepulchral air escaped the inner chamber. I was not prepared for what lay beyond this threshold.
Oh. That's a familiar name. So is that.
These crypts, defiled caskets of Seraphim saints, bearing my brothers' names and my own. The irony of Cain's blasphemous act rushed in on me with the crushing force of revelation. Were my hands not as bloody as these? Worse, I had spilled the blood of my brothers, these very comrades whose tombs lay ravaged before me.
Yes, Raziel, you were a Seraphim, born of the same force that all but destroyed your race. Before the dawn of the Empire, you were chosen. Kain, Nosgoth's solitary self-declared monarch, plundered this tomb and raised you from these crypts. Breathing his vampiric gift into your defiled corpses, he resurrected you as his favored sons.
Which explains why they were in particular favored and powerful, coming from a very powerful source to begin with. And honestly, I respect the twist. Take your worst enemies and make them into your most powerful allies. Now the question is, the fuck was the point of me being here, aside from being told that? Because, I can't help but notice there's a whole lot of nothing here. Like, it's a hell of a thing to realize that you used to be what you're basically becoming again, actually, if you think about it. Also, Malik's tomb is missing entirely. So that's interesting. It's the only one that's completely missing. But yeah, what I mean by becoming again is he destroyed his brethren as far as vampires go back in his original life. Then he became a vampire and probably, if there were any Seraphim left at that point, probably killed them. And now he's back to killing his vampire brethren all over again. He's come full circle. It's almost like this was meant to be from the word go or something. Huh. Weird how that works. That does still beg the question why Duma's vampire children are hanging around here. Like, mechanic-wise, I would assume that they're just there as filler. They needed an enemy type to put here, so they just put them here. But I wonder if there's more meaning to it than that. And of course, there's also the interesting question of, did the other vampire lieutenants learn this? Is that what they were taught? Because there was some weird stuff that they were saying before that kind of hinted at that kind of concept. Okay. There is more in that room. I had a suspicion, but I was realizing I was potentially going awry by not following up on what I did here. So rather than running all the way back for nothing or running out and then having to run back, I just quickly checked to make sure I wasn't going to waste our time some more. A little weird that the floor just left. That's different.
Heretic, you shall not pass.
Such loyalty to one who has you guarding this outpost like a chained dog. Do you prosper on the scraps he casts you?
Your insults.
Kain killed me once. Behold the result. I have no more to fear from you.
Yeah, well, once you get killed the first time, you're really not too worried about getting killed again. And I'm certainly not afraid of you. If I can just sit here and just keep whacking you like this and not even be threatened. Yeah, that was shockingly easy. That's different. What is this?
This relic has infused you with the power to compress and manipulate space. As your symbiotic weapon, the Soul Reaver is also thus enhanced. You may focus and project an orb of kinetic energy to strike objects that are otherwise beyond your reach.
Ranged attack. Okay. I am on board. Something I desperately needed. And explode. Okay, there's a climbable wall there. Thanks to the way the PlayStation renders things, it can be a little tricky to tell. Ooh. That's got a bit more kick to it than I thought. This might be my new favorite thing. Through the gate we go. Ooh. That dropped me a little further than I thought. But I'm gonna guess by that we're done there. Now, the question becomes... where do we go from here? I assume on the way out something will happen to tell us what we're supposed to be doing next. It is odd, though, that there were a bunch of Duma vampires hanging around, and then somebody from a different bloodline was just chilling at the bottom. They don't seem like they were getting along lately, so I'm kind of surprised. I guess they are all still, in the end, loyal to Kain, even if they don't necessarily see eye to eye with each other. And, you know, loyalty probably comes with some pretty hefty air quotes. Now, I can honestly say I haven't seen anywhere where we'd use a ranged attack in order to hit a button or anything. So that one's gonna be a little bit of a left field thought. But if nothing happens on our way out of here, I'll just take a look and figure out what the hell I'm doing. She probably has something to say now.
North of the Seraphim tomb, a desecrated abbey languishes, half drowned.
Okay. So north. North's a great direction to tell me. Until you think about the fact that, I don't know if anybody realizes, but I don't have a compass or anything. So, how am I supposed to tell which way is north? 'Cause I don't think we've even really, like, seen the sun specifically either. So it's not like I can use that to tell direction. I'm not really sure how you would tell what north is. Okay, controller, cut the shit. You lost your wire privileges. Because that should hold long enough for us to finish the session. There we go. I'm probably only going for at most like another hour, probably. Oh. That explains everything. A good thing I checked. Because, I wasn't supposed to have left there yet. This is why I check these things. Because every now and then I get that twinge of, I'm being an idiot. And lo and behold, if I stop and check, I realize I am being an idiot. Because the thing is, your first instinct once you get a new power out of a place, especially when up till this point you got your new powers from boss fights, you always left the area after getting the item. So it made sense to leave. But I got suspicious when the game didn't give me any prompting or anything on my way out of here. And since she specifically mentioned the Seraphim Tomb as the waypoint for the next part, it made sense that I still needed to be around here, but I wanted to make sure exactly how far in here I needed to be, so we weren't running around for an hour trying to find an area that wasn't anywhere other than where we already were. Remember, always trust but verify. There's no need to completely distrust your own mind. Just double check. Never hurts to double check. And if there's anyone wondering why I have a no backseating in clause up, but I end up checking guides and such myself a lot, it's because I can check them on my terms and not have more information than what I'm looking for given to me. It was the easiest way I could think of to balance that, so that we don't end up wasting a lot of time with me dithering around trying to find my way to something, but also keeping people from getting out of hand. Because I'm sure we've all seen those moments where people go a little wild with information, like, hey, I've just told you the entire thing you need to do for forever. It's like, well, why did you do that? I'm helping. That's great. And that's not even necessarily a case of people doing wrong, because it's good to want to help, but people can easily go too far without realizing they've gone too far. So now the question becomes, what am I actually supposed to be doing around here? Because I didn't read what I was supposed to do, I just realized I still needed to be in here. Yeah, that's another one, yeah. I know. I could tell on yours that it was a joke. I'm usually, I would like to say, pretty on track with telling whether somebody's joking or not. Though it can get out of hand occasionally because, you know, you can't tell sarcasm when typing and things like that. But no, that is a perfect illustration of what I mean, though. Like, I get that it might make your brain itch if you see somebody pass something up that they should get, or if it's vital lore that makes things make sense. But you also have to respect the fact that people want to do things their way. It's always a funky balance to ride on both sides of the screen in this whole streaming situation. It's like, well, how much do I tell the streamer? How much does the streamer want to be told? Because, you know, there's also plenty of people out there that are completely fine with you telling them everything forever because it saves them a lot of time and aggravation. And that's fine. See, and now we've gone in a circle because it literally leads me to the exit here. So what am I missing? Like, I've blatantly missed something. I suppose rather than rushing right back in, maybe I should look around the area near here and make sure there isn't something to shoot at before I go too crazy. Because as you saw, that path leads pretty much directly out. Okay, that's not a window to go in. Okay. And for me to have missed it so cleanly already. It would have to be something outside of eye level, so like something up. This might mean something. Oh, well, here's the warp point that I missed. Exactly. Which, I wish there was a better way to make that clear to people. Is no matter how many times you explain such things to people, you're always going to have new people coming and going. So you never can really guarantee people will know. Which, it is kind of, you know, the impetus is kind of on the people to ask, rather than just dropping information straight away. But a good way to actually inform people straight off would be grand. Is all the tags and such in the world only do so much. And I do have a command for it, for example, on my own side of things. But again, the command is only good if people actually pay attention to it. So that's always a bit of a weird situation. And I know it's a situation I end up harping on about a lot, but it's important. For example, something like the no backseating tag is also a double-edged sword, as you can also end up with situations where you're actually wanting help, but people will then not help for fear of reprisal because the rule is there. Because I've certainly seen unreasonable situations where somebody actually directly asked for help, and a mod in that same stream timed somebody out just because they gave the answer that the person asked directly for. Yeah, exactly. And that's how it should be handled, but it's also very easy to knee-jerk react before it all falls through, and I get that. Because, you know, you hear a question come up, and a lot of people's first reaction when they hear a question is to answer it. Rhetorical questions notwithstanding, I absolutely can see how that would happen. Like, somebody had gotten timed out, and I forget whose stream it was, for answering a question that was actually being directly asked for the purpose of information, but the moderator at hand on that one misunderstood the situation. Because the tag stood saying, "Don't do this," and they didn't know that the okay was given. Muddy situations like that are something I would also like to avoid, which is why I'm still working on trying to figure out what the perfect balance for something like that is. And again, no blame is going to anyone involved in any of that, because, you know, miscommunication happens. But that's exactly where my mindset is right there on that, is like, well, how do we avoid a miscommunication like that happening in the future for people? And that's where shit gets kind of funky. It becomes a matter of, then, well, how do you do that? And the answer I've come to so far with that is there's no real one right answer with that. It's not really a problem that's directly solvable. Because there will always end up being one issue or another at hand, because people will be people. Explode him. Now, if I don't find something soon, I'll actually double check what I'm actually supposed to be doing here. I feel like I'm missing something. But I don't know if I'm just barking up the wrong tree, climbing back around in here 3 times, looking for things, and it's just, like, next door or something. Because there doesn't seem to be anything here. And I assume the thing I shot immediately was the button to open the door to get out of here. Let's see what the hell I'm misunderstanding here. Ah. Okay, I don't feel too bad about not seeing that. Oh, speaking of things I'm seeing. We'll address that in a second once they have a chance to get loaded in. And I have a chance to get away from that guy. Hey there, Spanky. Thank you for the raid. There he is. Thank you for putting that in there, Amber. So far so good. Keep kicking myself periodically because I end up missing something obvious, like I was supposed to shoot this twice, apparently. As soon as I figure out how to aim at it properly. There we go. But what were you up to today? Hey, Spanky, it looks like the shoutout's saying you were doing Borderlands 3? That's different. But how did everything go? Honestly, yeah. Because there's a lot of people who have never even seen this series at all, as with a lot of things I do. More water, huh? That water didn't affect me, which is interesting. Ah, that checks out. Okay, I just needed to fully immerse in the water for it to affect me. That makes sense. But either way, welcome in everybody that came from Spanky, and hopefully you're all doing well as well. We're just trying to get through Soul Reaver still. We are, I would say, at best halfway through it. So I put some doubt on that. Because I don't entirely know how long this game is in terms of the actual markers for said success. We're just making do as we go, pretty much. Oop, that's a hole. The camera remaining the most dangerous opponent I have. Of course. I'm just out to finish the game, so I'm not sure if the glyphs are the long way around or not on that one. Okay, this was a pointless shift to make. That's fine. Back into the water. And honestly, I don't know enough to be after glyphs or not be after glyphs, so there's that little twinge on that thought as well. Oop, the controller had less battery in it than I thought. This is gonna get slightly annoying. Bear with me while noises happen. That's basically where we're at, is just keep on chopping our way to victory here. You get back here. Join your friend in the void. Ah. Nah, I think I'll leave the glyphs as something for people to do so that even after they watch this, they have a reason to play. So I've usually been in the camp of, well, if I do everything there is to do in a game, then nobody has any reason to play it at that point, unless they want to just actually play it themselves, which, to my mindset, doesn't have as much value. But if I leave things to do, then people have more value to picking it up and supporting the game that exists. But that's also very personal choices as far as that goes. No judgment to anyone who feels whatever way they wish. Sounds good, Spanky, and thank you again. Hope all goes well for you. Yep, that's totally how that angle would have worked. Ask no questions, receive no judgment. Controller, you are, however, going to receive a lot of judgment, because I pressed a button and nothing happened. Though I think the game just skipped a beat there rather than my controller being the problem. Yeah, more to the point on the go for glyphs or not to go for glyphs thought. I've never been the completionist sort. It's usually been I have to feel incredibly good about a game for me to bother to go for heavy completion on something, and that has been a rare beast indeed. Because to get the complete way through a game usually takes such an extended amount of time that you have to really like it to not end up hating it by the time you're done. At least that's been my stance on that. I know other people feel differently, and that's fine. You feel how you wish to feel. This is just where my brain's at on that. Nope, that's not working either. You know, brain might have wanted to kick in and shoot that. That's probably what would have actually helped that. But I'm still not used to having that ability yet. I'm also kind of fading out energy-wise. So those who came in with Spanky's raid, do not be surprised if we do end within the next half hour to an hour. And I do apologize for that, but hopefully y'all will stick along for this anyway. But by all means, anyone who has to do things, I fully understand. Do the things. There will always be VODs, and there will always be other sessions. Grand if the frame rate stopped dying. But I suspect that's going to be an ever-present problem. Razio, please. Yep, that's what I figured. Why I didn't think of that the first two times? I blame Tired. I'd blame the raid, but that's hardly fair. It's not their fault I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. Make you explode too, just so you don't turn around and try to drain me instead. And it looks like a target. What do you know? It actually was a target. Okay, that's a thing. And judging from the floor and such in there in the stained glass, I would assume that's the Abby that was half drowned that she was talking about. Just knock you out of my way. Is there a warp door on the other side of this, perhaps? I would assume there'd be a warp somewhere near here still. No, this is a whole other thing. Okay. Let's just get away from him, because I don't feel like dealing with that. Oh! So, you guys are just now everywhere, huh? Okay. Good to know. Also, another really rude ambush by the game as soon as we transition back to solid form. So thanks for that, video game. It also seems like this was entirely pointless, because we can't do anything here right now. There might be something I can do, but I couldn't visibly see it, and I didn't feel like fighting those guys enough to look around at the minute. We can check the other side first. Was it bad that I'd still rather fight those guys than the spiders so far? And it's not even a matter of being concerned about spiders, just the spiders were really annoying to fight. Okay, that recharges stuff I don't have. Which I assume is related to the glyphs you were talking about. The things that would presumably be in this menu. So I guess maybe we do have to go to the other room? I guess we can check this in the spirit world and see if there's anything here. Well, checking this in the spirit world was a terrible idea. So we seem to be at a slight impasse immediately. Only a slight one. Primarily that both places we went to, we seem to be at a bit of a dead end. I presume it isn't. It would... If it was actually a dead end, there'd be a much bigger problem at hand. It's just visually a dead end. We can, of course, just phase through this. But I don't know to what end. Because this thing evades me in terms of purpose. The problem we had when I walked in here the first time was I reflexively went back to the material world. Ah, up there. Okay. But that's why we double-check these things. I can't actually push this, though, which is a mild irritation. So there must be more to it than that. Well, I could probably push it with shots. No? Okay. Is that just a pain in the ass jump, then? Or am I meant to break that? Nope, that doesn't do anything either. Very few dead ends are actually, in fact, dead ends. Okay. Hindsight being 2020, I would have realized I'm not in the material world. Of course I can't push things. This is exactly why we're gonna be ending soon-ish. Because, boy, brain is, giving up the ghost a bit on me here. So none of those work. But in order to move this in the material world, I would need to be able to get in here unless my shots can go through gates. Which is possible. So I guess we may as well try it. Yep, shots go through gates. There we go. Mystery solved. avoid you two clowns, because I just have no reason to deal with you. I was gonna say I don't have a reason to deal with these guys either, but I do actually have to fight them, because they're gonna get in my goddamn way. The second I'm halfway through this wall, you're gonna try to piss me off, aren't you? Nope, you get in there and you join your friend. There we go. You know what, you two wander around and think about what you've done. Specifically getting in my way and being a pain in the ass. As a boat. Boats and vampires don't seem like a great combination. But let's tend to that in a second. Do I think there's any point going this way? No, there's water there. Useless. At least currently useless. I assume, since we're going out onto a boat, that we'll probably be getting our swimming ability here. If I was a betting man. Harpoon. Okay. I am on the boat. But boat seem to no go. How make boat go? Does boat go? Or am I meant to go in boat? So I did notice there was a mouth. Yeah, there's a lot going on down there, so we might be intended to go down there. Yep, the mouth is a no-go zone. Okay. Ah, yeah, that would do it. There's an anchor. Anchors are usually problems. When it comes to moving boats, anchors tend to not be helpful. Now, the question becomes, what do I do about the anchor? The answer, I think, is not do anything about that right now. Because what exactly would I do about it as a ghost? The very simple answer to that is a whole lot of nothing. We can't physically go down there, so we must be missing something. So I think this is... yeah, this is the place I was just looking at, so I fucked up somewhere if I'm just being sent back. There's always, when in doubt, wing it. Literally in this case. That looks like it might have been the right idea, but not the right spot. I suppose perhaps that's the point of the boat being there, is you're meant to use that as a jump off. Either that, or there is actually a way to get that anchor loose, and I'm not seeing it. I don't see one of those shootable symbols there or anything. Shooting the anchor didn't do anything. We physically can't come down here because we'll just melt back into ghost mode. So there are more harpoons down here, which is interesting. Which tells me in terms of the overall order of operations, we are meant to eventually end up down there in the physical form. As to the hows, whys, and wherefores, well, I guess we'll figure that out as we go. Now, that might be the thing, actually. I might be meant to go up, not down. Is that reachable? Not quite. Well. I've been swindled. So I'm getting the distinct impression that there's not much point in going back to the material world right now. So all I'm gonna do is fall back into the water and go immaterial again. Thus wasting my time and everyone else's. Ah. I was on the right track with not being in the material world, as it turns out. So as usual, the world twists in my favor. So that is something I do need to remember to just do more often, is more often than not, if you don't see an immediate solution, it's probably because you need to go to the spirit world and it will shift things in your favor in some way that you need it to. Now we have access to the weird S sea serpent symbol spot. So that's the good news. The bad news is that means we're probably not that close to the end of this place. If we're only now getting the warp. Either that or they're only giving me a warp right before the boss. Hard to say on that one. Could be either. This place might be huge, this place might be tiny. Okay, that just opens. Yeah, no, we're just starting this place.
Once a sanctuary against the vampire menace, this abbey has been drowned by the deluge spilling from this wounded land. Your brother Rahab and his brood, devastated even by the feeble rays of Nosgoth's sun, overcame their vulnerability to water and retreated from the surface. Now they haunt these ruins and glide in the darkness of its stagnant depths.
Makes sense. Can't handle the sun, go underground. Only place underground full of water? Well, you better grow some gills. Which, this isn't the first instance of aquatic vampires, is it? I think there have been other aquatic vampires before. Not counting the fish that actually drink blood. That is a thing, but not the one I mean. Okay, that didn't go where I wanted it to. Okay, you can shoot. Throwing you in the water won't do anything, so... When in doubt, spikes. Spikes solve everything. Including my frame rate, apparently. God damn. Rude. Oh, come on now. It would help a lot if my goddamn stick would stop going nuts. Now, up onto the spikes. Up, up. Up, up. Don't mind me, just carrying your friend away. Gonna throw him in the spikes. Fine, both of you go over there. I'll think about what to do with you in a second. You know, if they're so screwed up by the sun's rays, it's kind of surprising that just being near these torches isn't enough to screw them up. I mean, I get that UV light is the actual issue, but you would think. I also haven't saved in a long time, so let's save. Just in case something terrible happens. Does it just hit me that I've killed at least one entire boss since the last time I saved the game? So in the unlikely event that I actually die, so I think it is possible to die, it's just like very hard to do. That would be a problem. Taking this with me. It ain't nailed down, so you can't stop me from taking it. I also didn't set it on fire. Not that that would have stopped me. Take that, freaky fish guy. Miss me. Catch. You're not good at this whole catch thing, buddy. Here. Now you caught it. Good job. I'm gonna need that back, including your soul. Yep. I'd throw you in the water, but it wouldn't help anything. Please don't fall in and take my pipe with you. Thank you. I need that. Oh, is it gonna do that again where I can't get at it because it's in the wrong spot? He went and did it anyway. There we go. I was real worried that I wasn't going to be able to pick that up, and I was going to be very sad. Missed me. Okay. Water everywhere, and not a thing I want to deal with. Well, back into the depths we go. Even the scavengers are getting tougher, because I could have swore when we first started this, we were one-hitting them with the Soul Reaver. Then again, they're also changing colors in terms of their auras, and I know that if they eat more souls, that's what changes that aura color. So it might just be that these are just more prolific scavengers and are actually collecting. Where do I become solid around here? Oh, guess we'll go this way anyway. So it is about wrap-up time anyway, so I might start winding down here in a minute. Even though we're in an awkward middle space, I got things I want to do today, and it is getting a little bit late. I'm also, as you can tell by the way the brain is dying, getting further tired than I already was. I feel like that was the wrong direction to go. I feel like I went back out rather than going further in, but we'll find out. I feel like I'm under that tower we were looking at, and that's not where I wanted to be. Yep, I'm pretty sure this is the opposite of where I wanted to be. This was the outdoor, not the indoor. And as neat as it would be to go in through the outdoor, this is not what I wanted. Because we have basically gone back to the beginning of this place. Oh, good. Oh, goody, goody, goody. Because I presume that's gonna happen more than once. Okay. So, as I said, we'll go ahead and wrap up here, especially since I ended up going backwards instead of forwards. We're not going to make meaningful progress in the next few minutes that I have before the time I was planning to stop. So, that will do it for today. Thank you all for taking the time to be here. You can't sass me about leaving. No, it's not how that works. Ah. You too, Mendel, and everyone else. I will be sending you all off to Fire in Dark Woods. Whether she'll still be going or not, I do not know. I would assume so for a bit. I feel that, Mendel. But Fire's good people. Should have some fun over there. They're playing The Long Dark, which is a good enough game. Let's see. Tomorrow, as I said, we'll be going back to Kingsfield to fill in for the Saturday stream. That will be the April Fool's special. Thursday will be more Soul Hackers. Friday, still a filler day at the moment. And then we loop again. So I'll get this queued up, and I don't think I have anything else for you guys today. I think that covers it all. Have a good time, be good, and I will see you all tomorrow. Goodbye.